communicated, but we have most of the principals in the room. So I'll request that we start off our discussion today with a word of prayer, because we are a nation that is led by God in many ways than one, as our motto suggests. So I will lead in that prayer, and then we start off. Lord God, we thank you for this beautiful day. We thank you for our country, Uganda. We thank you, Lord, for the private sector. We thank you for PSFU and the leadership, the members of PSFU, the board, management, and every private sector pray in this country. We thank you for our government of Uganda, and Lord, we pray that whatever shall be discussed today will be for the growth of our economy as we aspire to achieve the tenfold growth strategy. In your mighty name we've prayed. Amen. You know, when you're an advocate, sometimes in prayer you also advocate. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you're welcome to PSFU Post-Budget Dialogue. As you might note, we tried as much as possible to observe the SOPs, given the current situation that has now been well managed by our Ministry of Health. But we have a very big online presence, so this is highly a hybrid engagement. You will allow me quickly go through some protocols. Madam Sarah Kajingo, the Vice Chair of the Board of Private Sector Foundation Uganda, who is also representing the chairman of the board, Mr. Humphrey Nzei. You're welcome. Our chief guest, who is representing the ministers, you know, given that this is Chisanja no sleep, no more sleep, as advised by Mr. Kaheru. The ministers are in Chankwanzi with the PSs, so they are strategizing on how much coffee they should take not to sleep. So the chief guest who is representing the minister, Mr. Tangore Ari, who is the Assistant Commissioner, Finance and Planning, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Madam Shari Kongai, who is the Chair, Policy Advocacy Committee on PSFU Board. The one has been taking leadership in driving our policy advocacy agenda. Madam Shari, you're welcome. Also here we have Madam Nanono. Nano is a very good partner of the private sector in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. She heads the private sector development unit. I think she has stepped out to get some coffee to be able not to sleep. We also have here Mr. David Wozemba. David Wozemba is the country director for AGRA, Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa. Mr. Wozemba, you're welcome, is really supporting a lot on agro-industrialization, especially looking at productivity, given that it's one of the biggest drivers of agro-industrialization. We also have Mr. Julius Mukunda, who is the head of CESBAG, Civil Society Uh, that is the budget advocacy support from the civil society arm, which is after PSFU, which is the fourth arm of government. In private sector, you have the civil society, which is the fifth arm. Sometimes media is also in the middle there as the fourth arm. But in the other space, we also have here Mr. Pavez. Mr. Pavez is a country director for Alliance for War Child Alliance in Uganda, and also recently onboarded great partner of the private sector. There are a lot of programs we are implementing together to support the private sector in Uganda. We have Mr. Peter Kasirye, who is also a board member of Private Sector Foundation Uganda. He is one of the newly onboarded board members and a very supportive and industrialist. We have Miss Crystal Kabajara, who is the head of Tax Appeals Tribunal. She chairs the Tax Appeals Tribunal. So those of you who have some cases with that, please don't compromise her, because she is a very objective person. So matters of that can be discussed in policy, but those that are before her, we can't discuss. We also have Mr. Isakato, who is the head of Uganda Tourism Association. We have Rose Kutesa from Bank of Uganda. So colleagues, money is here. Those who need some checks, please reach out to her. We have also other industrialists, private sector players, government representatives will be observing protocol as time goes on. But once again, allow me welcome you to this dialogue. But most importantly, and by design, on a last note, this budget comes at a time where we are looking at regional growth. And it's in that spirit that the East African Business Council is fully represented here by Mr. Simon Kaheru, who is a vice chair but also a board member representing the private sector in Uganda on the East African Business Council. So part of the discussion we are going to have today, as the president has always guided, we can't work in isolation as a. So Mr. Keru bringing that regional perspective, and as part of that, of course, leading into other regional conversations that we'll be having in the coming near future. So, ladies and gentlemen, our program is brief but very impactful. First of all, this dialogue, as will later be communicated to you, is primarily a close of the financial year, and in that we give account as to what PSFU has been doing in the last financial year, but also it's a start of the consultation process for the coming financial year, that is 2027-2028 financial year. So we're already looking into the future. So part of what will inform our conversation today is basically what government did not do in responding to what private sector asked government to do in leading into the 2026-27 financial year. So as you well know, we are all here, so we arrived and registered. So that was the first item on our agenda today. The next item is objective setting, which I think I've briefly done, but will later be elaborated by our chair, Policy Advocacy Committee, who will be giving welcome remarks. Then we'll have a report by the CEO on what we asked government as private sector to do, and what government has done, and our trajectory as to what on what policy and other private sector growth issues that will be presenting to government in the coming in preparation for the 2027-28 financial year. Then next on the program, we will have a panel. This panel is composed of eminent government and private sector players who give a reflection on the ATMs. ATMs is agri-processing, tourism, and mineral beneficiation, STI, and now we added creatives. And these are sectors, and of course the enablers, the sectors that we believe are going to lead us into being $21 billion bigger than the South Africa's economy, precisely in the next 14 years and 6 months. How we are going to achieve that is part of the conversation we are going to have today. So that will be moderated by my able sister, Jakita Hakanizibwa, who is also a manufacturer in UBER, Uganda Bati Limited. I saw Shira was saying, there is another UBER Shira. So there is Uganda Breweries Limited and Uganda Bati Limited. So she is now a manufacturer of iron sheets and other things. Early this morning I put some karango for Uganda Bati that they also make cold chain facilities for those of you into perishables. After that, we will have, of course, a presentation or a keynote address from the representative of the PSST, from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, precisely on how this budget is going to catapult us into, because now we're on the runway, setting off to reach the skies to achieve the tenfold growth strategy, $500 billion. So how does this budget set us into getting there? After that, we shall have remarks from the Vice Chair of PSFU Board, Madam Sarah Kajingo, who will then, after her remarks, invite the chief guest, who is representing Honorable Musasizi, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Then we will have some media engagements, lunch and departure at leisure. Serene is a very hospitable hotel. If you want to stay with Advocacy Committee of PSFU to give us her opening remarks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Julius. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to stand on the previous protocol. And I'd like to recognize all you distinguished members, guests who have come here. It is both an honor and a profound responsibility to welcome you as the chairperson of the PSFU Policy and Advocacy Committee, where we shall be representing to you our annual Policy Advocacy Performance Report for the financial year 2025-2026. Over the past 12 months, PSFU has worked tirelessly to strengthen the bridge between private sector and government. We have done this through a deliberate, multi-pronged strategy of research, engagement, dialogue, and evidence-based advocacy. In this financial year alone, we have developed and submitted 18 position papers across the 4 quarters of the year. These papers addressed critical issues, including the private sector statement on national budget strategy, reforms on the procurement and supply chain management professionals bill, the national startup policy, the non-tariff barriers affecting Uganda-Kenya trade, the Gulu logistics hub, the national land policy, and strategies to raise Uganda's tax to GDP ratio. Each paper was grounded in data and the lived realities of our members at PSFU. We convened 47 sector-specific engagements, bringing together stakeholders from agriculture, manufacturing, tourism, ICT, transport and logistics, construction and real estate, creative industries, energy and human capital development, basically across the entire private sector. These were not just token meetings. These were platforms where private sector priorities were articulated clearly and solutions proposed collaboratively. Our partnership and public-private dialogue efforts reached 78 strategic engagements. We participated in high-level processes ranging from UNBS quality management meetings and the national BDS policy validation to discussions on the EU Economic Partnership Agreement, AFCFTA implementation, anti-corruption strategy, and the Northern Corridor Private Sector Partnership Committee. We engaged Parliament's Committee on Finance, the Uganda Law Reform Commission, Ministry of Finance, technical team, and multiple MDAs. Beyond our borders, we undertook 38 regional and international engagements, from the Uganda UAE Business Forum and the EAC intertrade meetings to the Uganda-Kenya and Uganda-Tanzania Joint Permanent Commission processes, AFCFTA National Implementation Committee meetings, and benchmarking visits to special economic zones in Rwanda and Kenya. These efforts have positioned Ugandan business to benefit from regional integration and global markets. To ensure our advocacy is evidence-based, we conducted 6 strategic studies, including the National Study on Contract Farming, research on sustainable financing for cooperatives and SACCOs, value chain studies in eastern Uganda, and the study on illicit trade in Uganda's horticulture and coffee value chains. We are currently supporting and the finalization of 2 major policy documents, the National Building Development Services Policy, the BDS policy, which is critical to MSME which is critical to MSME growth, and the integrated cooperative management, governance, certification, and sustainability manuals under the Agile project. The true measure of our work lies in its influence on the financial year 2026-2027 national budget. Through structured submissions and sustained dialogue, PSFU presented proposals across 11 thematic areas, covering microeconomic stability, agro-industrialization, tourism, oil and gas, STI and digital transformation, human capital trade and logistics, manufacturing, legal reforms, tax policy, MSME financing, and MSME financing. I'm proud to report that government demonstrated strong responsiveness to our proposals, as the CEO will further highlight. We saw significant positive responses in critical areas. For example, agro-industrialization funding increased by 23.5%. Tourism development funding rose by 31.7%. Manufacturing funding surged by 228.6%. STI, ICT, and creatives funding increased by 61.3%, reaching 626.87 billion, within the broader 140 trillion allocation. Strong commitments to energy expansion, fast oil readiness, standard gauge railway, and wealth creation programs such as PDM, EMIOGA, and UDB. These are not abstract numbers. They translate into real opportunities for investment, job creation, export growth, and enterprise creativeness. On behalf of the entire private sector and the PSFU Policy and Advocacy Committee, I wish to express our sincere and heartfelt appreciation to His Excellency the President, the Government of Uganda, and in particular the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Parliament, and all MDAs for the consistent and meaningful consultation with the private sector. You have not only listened, you have acted. The inclusion of private sector priorities in the financial year 2026-2027 budget demonstrates a genuine partnership. The continued engagement through pre-budget dialogues, technical working groups, and post-budget reviews shows that government recognizes the private sector as a critical partner in delivering the tenfold growth strategy, the National Development Plan 4, and the national vision of a fully monetized economy. While we celebrate the responsiveness score, we remain committed to addressing the remaining gaps, particularly in reducing the cost of credit, clearing domestic areas, strengthening enforcement against counterfeit inputs, developing cold chain infrastructure, fast-tracking contract farming reforms, and ensuring predictable taxation. Our priority advocacy agenda for the coming year is clear and focused. We continue to push for expanded patient capital and credit guarantees, faster commercial justice and land registry digitalization, strengthened local content enforcement, a 4 to 5 year tax roadmap, and an institutionalized quarterly post-budget implementation reviews involving PSFU, government, and parliament. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the private sector voice is not just being heard in Uganda's planning and budgeting cycle, it is shaping it. The CEO's report will present proof that when the government and private sector work together in good faith, with evidence and mutual respect, remarkable progress is possible. As we move into the implementation phase of the financial year 2026-2027 budget, let us deepen this partnership. PSFU remains your committed partner in building a prosperous, competitive, and inclusive Uganda. Members, I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, my chair of Policy Advocacy Committee at PSFU. We want to make sure that the branding is, the PSFU brand is more than visible. PSFU log is bigger than Serena, so don't worry about that. That was really an insightful communication from the chair, and I think she deserves another round of applause. She has taken leadership and led us into those tough Parliament committee meetings and discussions with the Ministry of Finance and other MDAs as we push the agenda for economic growth. And as she has ably communicated, government has opened doors, though sometimes they open and don't open windows, so sometimes the heat inside becomes too much, as we shall highlight later. But at least the doors get open and we enter, discuss, some things go through, others don't, and probably the reason why some of us still have the job. But I'm not suggesting that you don't listen to everything that we communicate. So I think next, allow me invite the CEO to give his accountability both to our members and other stakeholders as to how much PSFU has engaged, both at the national, regional levels, and give us highlight of what we've been able to achieve, what we haven't been able to achieve, and the trajectory of how we are moving forward, working with our partners. CEO, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julius. Good morning. Good morning. You know, part of the ATMs to increase the energy of Uganda by tenfold. So even it should be reflected in your responses. So good morning. Should be a tenfold increase in. So a very warm welcome, and once again to just recognize the protocol in the House, the representative of the minister. You're most welcome. Our vice chair standing in for the chair, Madam Sarah Kajingo, Madam Shali, who made a very good foundation for this discussion. Our tax tribunal's representation, our private sector leaders, Mr. another board member, colleagues from PSFU, our sponsors, David, Simon, UTA, and all of you ladies and gentlemen, you're very welcome. I think I'm going to try and simplify what is otherwise been 2 weeks of discussion. And I don't want to be too technical, but on behalf of the Private Sector Foundation and the bigger context of the private sector representation here, I just wanted to build a few foundations before I make my presentation. One is that we applaud government for supporting the private sector and creating a conducive environment for businesses to thrive. And our work as PSFU, with all the members that are represented here, is to facilitate that discussion. And whereas we are going to give a scorecard of what the budget presented or provided from the request that we made, I also want to suggest that the private sector in Uganda is fully and wholly committed towards achieving this target. In fact, for us, in private sector, we don't look at tenfold. We look at, triple numbers. But more importantly, whereas we are driven by profit and productivity, we also empower our population. Close to 90% of the jobs, even in this room here, are by private sector. We provide jobs, we consume services and products which are taxed by government, and we then give more. We open up markets, we open up trade routes. In fact, someone was saying that the government's role is security, but can I tell you that the private sector provides the biggest security when you are asleep? How many of you have private guards, either at home, in the neighborhood, or where you buy services? Let me see by a show of hands. That security is provided by a private sector. So even the private sector is involved in security. So we are an integral part of the economy, and the people in this room are giving an accountability of that partnership. So quickly, from where we stand as a services provider, the first is, of course, the advocacy, which is, we do this advocacy in many ways. Number one, we consult. So the views expressed here are not the views of the Secretariat. They are the views of the business people whom you work with. So this document, this scorecard, is a compendium of the consultative process, and we are here to give accountability. Number two, we do this through evidence-based research. We don't just make headlines for the sake. We actually interrogate a lot of the hypothetics. The discussions we have are based on direct engagement with the private sector. And we consulted widely, like my board chair said earlier. I think she gave, I need help here. Colin, my laptop, your laptop has cut a wire on me. And you come and do a private sector thing here. So we consult, we dialogue, we also engage through, I need the password. Okay. Make it permanent. So as Colin is doing that, we traverse the country, and we made that interrogation with our different stakeholders at all levels. We then also put this information in a research format. We actually went and did some metrics around it, against which background we then put that information together. And let me make some tributes here, especially to the Ministry of Finance, that with the establishment of the PSD, the private sector department, in the last 4 to 5 years, we've seen a growth in the interactive process. So we consult with the countryside, but we also consult with government. We then did dialogues at sector level, led by our chairpersons who represent the different sectors that are represented at PSFU. And then, of course, we presented this information to Parliament, and we do this on a daily. So it's against that background that we are giving this accountability. Now, the other thing, of course, we do is we support in trade development, and we are now a very big partner with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the context of the economic and commercial diplomacy. We do, of course, other services like capacity building of the different groups. We do business development for our members. And so PSFU is a very important partner in the context that we are what Julius called the fourth arm of government in that context. Now, let me just add something more, is that beyond Uganda, we represent the private sector at the East African community through our apex body called the East African Business Council, where we consult with our colleagues, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, Tanzania Private Sector Foundation, Rwanda Private Sector Alliance. We've been joined by South Sudan, we've been joined by the DRC, and recently Somalia to complete the EABC loop. We also go beyond that. We go to the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa. So part of the presentation that you will be hearing in different places is that we represent you at the COMESA, and more importantly, thank you, we, as much as possible, try and look further afield from Uganda. So you've been hearing of things like non-tariff barriers. Our neighbors, some of them, blocking our products. So it's one thing to produce, it's another to be blocked. And that's why people like Simon Kaherwa in this room, beyond the context of manufacturing, we have to get our products across the border to fight trade barriers. So we don't sleep. When the president was saying, Kisanja, no sleep, we are saying, welcome to the family. For us, we have not slept. So thank you, Mr. President, for that slogan. Now, of course, I've talked about our mandate and what we do. I'll just quickly go to this part. This is the heartbeat of the this presentation. One, and you'll ask us maybe. So why don't you be telling me to come on this slide? So you'll ask, why have we done this later? I'll tell you that we do not do instant coffee at PSFU. We brew our coffee. So yes, we recognize the immediate analysis of the budget. For us, we wanted to analyze the extent to which the dialogues that we've been conducting have actually manifested. And therefore, we looked at the resource envelope, we looked at the outlook, and also we looked at the fiscal strategy in the context. We then, as Shirley, director, said, the dialogue, what did it produce? We looked at how government responded, about 2 slides after that. That one, yes. So we looked at the methodology, whether or not the government responded to our requests. We've been measuring all of this in the last couple of years. We started from about 50. Last year was the best at 85. We came back out 82. And we are saying why they drop. Now, in measurement of science, you look at the qualitative and quantitative. Yes, we went down 3, but for us, there were some critical things that were not answered. And that should inform the next budgeting process, especially on excise duty and the manufacturers. We've been pushing for really competitive reasons, not that we want to evade or avoid, but it's a very critical thing that we must discuss going forward, especially as we look at the mid-term or short-term. Of course, we looked at the sector results, whether or not government responded to our requests and proposals. We looked at concerns. It's called business environment. When you do a budget, you must do a budget in context. You're looking at national issues. We're also looking at regional issues. We're looking at continental issues. We are looking at global issues. Everybody now knows where the Strait of Hormuz was. I knew where it was, but now everybody is Hormuz. Now, that's a global issue. It affects everything from supply chains, from demand. Our biggest trading partner until recently was the Middle East. That war has significantly reduced that trade portfolio. So you cannot underestimate some of those issues. We were grappling with Ukraine, now it's the Middle East. Not long ago, it was COVID. So these are strategic issues, and the private sector gives a pulse analysis of what to anticipate. So when we make position papers, we are also telling government that these are the likely issues that are going to come, but more importantly, that they affect how we do business, and by extension, it has a knock-on effect on how government is going to put money in the treasury. For example, Ebola. Ebola is here. But what is the impact of that Ebola? The cases, are they big or small? What is government's response to some of these actions? How do you respond to? Is it an epidemic? Is it an incident? Some of these things need to be analyzed. And I think it's important that private sector is consulted as regularly as possible to know how to mitigate, to manage. As we speak right now, we have a huge number of cancellations coming to Uganda because of what is taking place. And private sector and the UTA is in the room. We have given our position on some of these things. So these are private sector concerns. Although we have to be careful, we have to have a balance between life and livelihood. There has to be a critical balance, but how we balance that is done in consonance with private sector. Now, is private sector a health player? Yes, it is. The largest number of hospitals and pharmaceuticals are in private sector hands. What is our discussion along those lines? Now, in competitiveness, you have to look at how do you interplay between your neighbors with whom you trade with, your transport corridors, your security concerns, and again, health concerns. How do you manage all of that? So all of that PSFU provides in the context of the gaps and the risks involved. Now, again, to underline the big story in the room is we are, again, an advocacy agenda. And that's why we have CS BAG in the room, because we, on a constant basis, provide advocacy positions. Now, the government players in this room, we are here as partners. We are co-creators. We are part of the tenfold. We don't sleep. But if there are areas where we sleep, then, of course, we then talk to ourselves as private sector. So, I'm just building context, but I'll come through this. Now, of course, the budget outlook, and I'll just run through this very quickly, was at 84 trillion. That was the total resource envelope. Government provided 45 trillion, 45.9, 46 thereabout for domestic revenues. We looked at domestic borrowing at almost 12 trillion. Domestic debt, almost 14 trillion. And then, of course, external project financing. These are some of the budget positions that were provided. Now, of course, the fiscal strategy emphasized domestic revenue, and that is very, very important for us as private sector. We still have challenges on domestic areas. Yes, they were given an allocation of that much, but again, there are issues of demand, supply, but implementation. And therefore, whereas you may owe us money, when is it being paid? How much is going to be paid? To what extent is it addressing the needs of the private sector? Let me give some flowers to government in the context of our economy. Uganda has emerged as a very stable economy, and we must give government kudos for that. Ministry of Finance, we give you credit with the Bank of Uganda and all the other players for providing a stable environment, and there's enough statistics to prove that. You've helped the private sector. We have started to export. We look at production, especially in agribusiness. Coffee, we've become a star. We had a meeting in the morning where we are suggesting that in the next 2 or 3 years, we shall be the top production center for coffee in the coming. But that's largely because of the stable and export-oriented support framework that the government has provided. Now, as you can see on the next slide, please. Just give me the next slide. You can see the GDP growth, projected growth, GDP by size now. Those are very economically scientific figures. Now, why that is important is that, and thanks to some of the instability in some regions, Uganda is becoming a safe haven for investment. Uganda is already giving international investors some very good outlooks, largely because of the environment that has been established. Now, when you have a stable business environment, investors are looking for where to place their money. Money brings about productivity, it brings about jobs, it also gives you a return on investment. But more importantly, what every investor looking for is stability, is confidence. And Uganda provides that. And who provides that more than anybody else is the government and the private sector. So for those investors who are looking for good partnerships and a good place to put their money, this is the place to put it. And therefore, of course, people are looking at lending rates, they are looking at issues to do with energy, fuel risks, domestic areas. They want to look at how do you interplay all of this. And the first place they consult is the private sector. So what you see over there is a dashboard of the outlook that has shown this stability. Now, of course, Charlie did enumerate our engagements, but just to go through them, what did we do? And thanks to our policy team, of course, we did the budget strategy, the budget framework, and thanks to Ministry of Finance for always giving us that space. We presented position papers. These position papers were then shared with different actors, parliament, ministries, and then we had sector committees. We looked at tax amendment bills, and especially looking at the critical tax to GDP proposals we gave to government. And here we consulted the different players on the right, the MDAs in their different steps. Agro-industrialization is now the big buzzword. We looked at the Ministry of Finance. You can go back, if you don't, just go back a bit. Yes, that one. We looked at the Ministry of, we looked at agriculture, we looked at legal reform. PSFU spearheaded the support of the startup policy. We looked at the BDS policy, and then of course we looked at logistics, which is really the bulwark of how we do business and trade. And we did consult the different players in the region. I think Simon, we did lots of legwork. We flew several times to Arusha, had those dialogues with East African Business Council, and some of that is translated. Now, probably let me make this announcement that about 4 years ago, we agreed with our other apex bodies that before we have any summit of presidents at the East African community, we must provide a private sector position. And that position came from Uganda. So to this date, when the presidents are meeting, they actually have our position papers. Fortunately, this year, our president is the chairman, and you notice when the 3 budgets were read, I think it was 4, all our positions were provided for. So we thank government there then. So next slide, please. Yeah, so quickly, you know, business is like a marriage. You have to go and ask for a hand in marriage. So what did the PSFU ask for in the strategy? And what were the priorities? And I think government is in the room. These are really our key asks in the context of what makes us survive and get better and have a better return on investment. Number one is macro stability, and here I want to pay tribute to government, Ministry of Finance especially, for managing inflation, the exchange rate, the debt and credit costs. Credit costs are still a bit high, but usually the first 2 issues have been very, very successful, but we still want more on that. The government has put its foot on the production sectors, the ATMs, as Julius mentioned earlier. But more importantly, our manufacturing needs more support, as I'll be talking about later. Market access is critical. We still have challenges in the at the Bureau of Standards. They need help. Uganda is a big exporter now, of course, of fruits, flowers, and vegetables, so we need support in the cold chain logistics area. We've been pushing for SEFTA and economic diplomacy. The government has pushed there. Now, on tax predictability, those are where the real issues, especially from our dialogues, were showing that we need a little more discussion, and we thank government and the URA in particular. In the VAT and payee relief, the digital tax reforms, we still have some issues there. Excise moderation, and then of course investment incentives. Now I want to underline investment incentives in the context that when you have policy changes, especially short term, they kind of disrupt investment growth. What do I mean by that? So when investors come to a country, they have short, medium, and long-term expectations from which they derive a return on investment. Now, investors can be single people, or they could be a group of investors that have put money together. So when they are investing in a country, they make projections, 3, 5, 10, 20 years projections. And they are based on the existing incentive regimes that exist in the country they are investing in. When you make changes in those regimes, they affect the mechanism and methodologies and returns that they have invested in, and it becomes disruptive. When it becomes disruptive, investors get discouraged, and sometimes they pack their bags and go to another country where other investment opportunities exist better. Now, I want to state that in many cases, sometimes when government is making decisions, they do not consider some of those elements. And it is my preferred stance now that kindly consult with us when you are making those changes, because they have a disruptive effect. And bottom line is you lose at the end. I know of some countries where things happened and the entire production portfolio traveled to another country. And it can happen here. It's not, we are not, so that tax predictability is very, very important. Of course, our biggest players in the country are MSMEs, and therefore they need support in forms of BDS, finance, formalization, local content, and startup. So in this coming budget, those are critical elements that we have got to discuss in as far as making the next budget is concerned. And then finally, of course, is implementation. Government, we want to suggest that please let's have all areas cleared because they affect our bottom line. People have borrowed, sometimes very expensively, and that can affect our system. Commercial justice, we thank the tax tribunal is here, but we also want to ask that the support on commercial judiciary is really upped up because that helps business to move forward. Land digitization is good, but we need 100%. And then, of course, projects monitoring, projects implementation, and all of that. Very, very critical. Now, I want to quickly run through this. I think Shirley did mention it. We had 75 policy positions, papers, under 11 thematic areas. The budget speech has been read, background forwards, the tax laws, and then, of course, PSFU policy papers. Our considered view is that these proposals that we present are scored there. Now, without just wasting too much of that, we have fully considered, fully funded, fully enacted. The second part was substantially considered, and we have gaps. The third part was partially considered. The fourth is what was mentioned, but a little bit weakly funded or unclear. And then there are areas that were not considered at all, or in many ways, maybe not contradicted. And they have been squared. Now, my team has actually found that the current results show that there was 82.33% of the total summation of all our requests to government. So I think we need to clap for government. So when you have finished clapping, I also say, however, so that we balance the boat. Thank you for the 82.33% considered. That is a scorecard we have used, and it is scientifically proven. More importantly, this is quantitative, the issues that have been considered. But Mr. Kaheru, who is representing manufacturers, will say, but there is one critical area, which is the heartbeat of manufacturing. And that is critical. And we'll talk about that in a short. There are areas that we think should have been considered even further. But since this is a dialogue, we shall continue to push for it. And the budget is not cast in stone. That's why you have reviews and amendments. That's why you have supplementaries. So it's about dialogue, and I think the government is listening. That's why they provided. So we've made some interpretations. So whereas government considered our proposals in macro stability, in tourism, energy, mining, digital, etc., all of these we think were good, and actually they bring about wealth creation. Government has already outlined its strategy on the ATMs, as Julius mentioned, and all of these are around the ATMs and NDP4. Now, what we think is really critical is implementation tracking. You can promise one thing to live happily ever after, and the next thing you see divorce papers coming. You can promise that you'll have sleepless and seamless nights, but someone is snoring. We think that there needs to be strong tracking capacity by government, and especially in implementation, that if you promise a release, let it come on time. If there are regulations, let there be a forced. And then MDA work plans. We know of ministerial policy statements, but how much of this is going to be implemented? And then, of course, measurable outcomes. We actually need a scorecard for every ministry, for every department, for every agency. Like now we are scoring ourselves as PSFU. That next slide, please, is basically where we feel there was a strong response, the highest being on macroeconomic stability. Agriculture scored about 68 or 70 thereabout. Tourism scored at 80. On the funding, energy was very high, and we are hoping and looking forward to first oil. STI was very high also. It was above 80%. Human capital, which is skills and training and capacity building, was above 80. Trade was above 80%. Manufacturing was above 80. The legal regime was close to 80. Tax was about 70%, and then financing and finance and MSME support. Those are the thematic areas. Next, please. I don't want to look too technical. I want to make it as easy as possible. And so, whereas the score remains above 80%, which is strong response, and again, let's clap for government on that one. There is a more evidence-based support on this, on the 75 elements that we presented. And then, of course, our ask is that we need sustained influence. And again, it goes back to the critical verbs: implementation, monitoring, but also continued engagement. And so you can see over the years, if you could go back to the other slide, that has been our performance from 18, it went up, it went down to 20. That was, the downside was during COVID, and then it started to go up. But more importantly, we think the establishment of the private sector department in many ways helped. And our prayer has been we do a PSD in each of those different areas. I'm coming to a close. The areas that we think need more help in the ATMS, whereas they are there, we think that there should be more emphasis on private sector support, especially MSMEs in that context. So we'll provide all of this on our website. You can go and visit what we are doing. My team has put a technical, next please, on the enablers: infrastructure, our human resource, our energy, and governance. And I think the governance side needs a lot of support. We feel strongly that governance issues need to be given a lot of thought process, but also to increase on our justice system, especially in the commercial courts, to ensure that we have so many backlogs that can get out of there. Now, I'll just go through all of this. Our ask on the next slide. Our ask in the area of inflation, please keep it at about within the 5%, and you've done a good job. Maintain macro exchange rate stability. Debt, have it paid. Reduce cost of borrowing. We think that borrowing is still very high, and more than that, through the Ministry of Finance, we need patient capital. That's very, very important. Now, all of these precedents have got knock-on elements and responses. On the right, where there is government response in green, is what government has provided. But more importantly, what does it do when you keep inflation, when you maintain stable exchange rate mechanism, when you reduce credit costs, when you give patient capital? It then translates, and this is for policy people in the room, into investor confidence. People borrow more, produce more, and then they are able to be competitive in that context. Next slide on agriculture. Very, very important. On the blue line, we are saying we need to up the game on agro funding, irrigation, and of course, our biggest animal in the room is the issue of fake inputs. And I want to salute our partners here, the breweries people, the beverages sector, Coca-Cola, Pepsi. We've been fighting this war, fake inputs. Now, if you go down to some places in this town, they've got very interesting seals and packaging. but our productivity and our competitiveness is suffering because of fake inputs. Illicit trade, smuggling is a very big problem, and therefore we need support. Now, water for production, without wasting much time, is critical. But we feel at PSFU that we need to put water for irrigation at parish level, at farm level, because the biggest players in the agro industry are largely SME farmers, and therefore that's an area that needs to be supported. I've talked about cold chain earlier. On action C, on tourism. Next. Tourism MICE is not a messe, it is meetings, incentives, conferences, and events. And the creative economy, that is the place to start to discuss. Now, it is true that government has increased tourism funding. We have a big portfolio coming next year in June. I think all of you are familiar with what's happening in the World Cup. Welcome, Mr. Biaranga. That's our chairman. I'm talking about your sector just now. He's our chairman for the ICT sector at PSFU. Very welcome. Tourism is going to earn from these big infrastructure developments. Uganda is becoming a sporting power in terms of infrastructure. We are going to be hosting many countries next year in June, about this time next year. So we need incentives in that area and being able to fast track them. We need patient capital for the tourism sector. Mr. Kato, this is an area we need to work with you as president of UTA. Harmonizing tourism levies. Tourism still faces the largest number of taxes. I think there are about 26 of them for a single entity. Now, what that means is that you become less competitive. People go to other countries instead of yours, even when you have the same products, and yet we have a better experience. Next, I want to skim through all of this quickly. I think this one scored very highly, 90%. There was a very strong response. Minerals, oil and gas, and energy. Fast oil is coming, and I think that the government is doing a good job. They did support EACOP. Energy got 1.28 trillion. We're getting more megawatts on the grid. But more importantly, when you support these sectors, you support logistics, you support finance, you support energy for production. But now we need some support mechanism, formalizing some of these sectors to ensure that they grow. ICT, James, just in time, it scored 90%. There was a very strong response from government, and largely towards the innovation, broadband. I'll skip the middle ones, but the end game of this is when you support the ICT sector, which is now employing the youngest population, you are really supporting innovation. You are helping with support on e-businesses, commerce, logistics and transport. It's a very, very fast enabler for business, and we think that more can be done in this area. Next, on human capital, health, education, and skills, which is a critical player. 85% was the scorecard. That government funding went into all of this, strengthening TVET's skills with the private sector demand. That's what was spent on by government. Again, private sector, we believe that a skilled workforce provides more employment for youth, but we feel strongly TVET should be the way to go. What then that does, then it helps apprenticeship, it tracks, supports, and accelerate labor market. Now, I want to put a small underline on that and suggest that when you skill a population, you actually empower them. Now, recently, there was a skills analysis between Uganda and a certain country in the neighborhood to the eastern part of our country. The same labor force that went to a certain country found that they were being paid 3 times more than our people on account of the skills capacity that they had. Now, whereas we are talking about large numbers of labor forces leaving the country, we have not assessed their capabilities. even with very mundane things like switching on an AC, using a microwave, washing machine, etc. That can be a disabler. Now we need to put in place critical skills, capacity profiles that will then ensure that when our people leave the country, they are able to attract more money, and by extension, more labor returns on that investment. So that's an area PSFU is going to be very strong on advocacy. G, I need to move fast here before people get into end of thinking capacity. Let's go to trade. At trade, we scored 84.38%, and that, in many ways than one, our advocacy has been around non-tariff barriers. You notice that these last 2 years, a lot of our neighbors have been blocking our borders and having a problem. But one of the things we strongly believe, and government has promised put in some money, and I think the cabinet has been visiting some areas, is SGRs. We are in discussion with the ports authorities on Lake, especially Lake Victoria, border efficiency, and we thank URA and our customs team. But more importantly, SCFTA. Uganda and many other countries are still trading with Europe, Asia, and America. We only have less than 16% of trade amongst each other, which is not good. Government has spent what is there in the government response. What we think is going to come out from this budget will be what is in the orange sector. But more importantly, what is our ask is that government should now fast track, since we are technologically advancing, the need for fast gates in Malaba, tracking non-tax barriers much faster, because sometimes we send metrics to government, but the government on the other side of our trading partnerships. But very importantly, infrastructure in the cold chain area. Again, some of our products are being sent back in Amsterdam because of cold chain weaknesses, and we think that should be avoided. But more importantly, we can only go further afield if we can develop this area. Next, on manufacturing, which is a big player in the room. We scored 85% in terms of the responses that the government scored 85%, especially in the context of improving competitiveness. Our ask has always been on energy and logistics costs, and then of course the formalization of the housing sector, which Shirley represents. Government spent that in the green responses from there. The implications of this, of course, are strong industrialization, which is critical, high tariffs, outages, credit costs still expensive, and then, of course, in the housing sector, deficits and mortgaging rates are still high. We think that is a very critical factor that needs to be looked into. But more importantly, the special economic zones need to be fixed. Again, competitiveness, contractor guarantees. This is largely on the PPP, but more importantly, the manufacturing sector needs support in the area of finance, on energy, and some critical tax elements. On I is legal, the regulatory and institutional reforms, those elements that are enablers, that support the growth and faster. Of course, we have talked about, these are very small words, I apologize for that. The fast tracking of the commercial justice system, digitalizing land registry. This is very urgent, and PSFU did support under the CEDP program to have the whole country digitalized on land registry in order to then be able to secure titles, and by titles you are able to access faster credit, which is traceable and can be provided. Now, government did provide that. They scored 75%. We think and strongly believe that we need to improve on these commercial cases. A lot of money is locked, unpaid, about almost 6 trillion shillings locked in commercial cases. That is capital stuck somewhere. Land disputes continue to be a very big thorn in the way business is performing. And our advocacy in the next 1 year, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be especially to reduce commercial case targets. I think that you could help with your colleagues on the other side to improve on this side. We need more judges and cases really fast-tracked because this is where the heartbeat of the economy is. And then, of course, the titling, I've talked about that. And then, of course, PPDA, we still have issues there. But for time, I will just avoid the details. Of course, tax policy and tax administration, it scored about 70, close to 71%. We think that was a bit of moderate responsiveness. Government did provide those thresholds there. Our belief system is that there should be a relief for MSMEs. Excise increases are still a challenge. DTS is still expensive. Manufacturers in the room know this, and we've been pushing for this. And our view in this year, ladies and gentlemen, is to push for a tax roadmap and impact assessment, especially on some of these tax issues. We still advocate for reduction of DTS costs because, again, we have given proper statistical analysis on a reduction on DTS has a fantastic support on the productivity and by extension more revenues for government, and then managing excise impacts which affects our competitiveness as a country. I'm about to close, guys. This is a hard paper, but we are getting to the close. Is on K finance, which is about 83%. This is very, very important, and it requires a really good discussion point on the context of wealth creation. Now, we feel strongly that we need a strong pool of resources for patient capital. Agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, when you set up a business, there is always that gestation period before you start to make money. What's been happening is that a lot of times, even when you are still painting the property where you're going to start, you see some of these tax things coming to your room. It's like getting in a marriage and you want a baby in 3 months. There's always a gestation period. And different animals have different gestation periods. A rabbit's gestation period, David, is about what? 3 months? 1 month. An elephant takes 24 months before that big thing gets out. So even nature has a way it balances its ecosystem. So we feel strongly that a business in the context of competitiveness needs to be supported with patient capital. I'm thankful to government, especially for, I think, SCF, Agricultural Credit Facility. They have provided a window for 3 months, which is good. I mean, 3 years, which is very good because in 3 years, then you are able to produce. And production then, of course, offsets the costs. I'll borrow an example in tourism from our neighbors in Kenya. They have something called a TDF. It's a Tourism Development Fund. So the TDF in Kenya operates like the UDB of tourism. So what you do there is, if you are building a hotel, a travel or tourist facility, you are able to borrow money. They give you 3 years of patient funds. And by 3 years, if you're building a hotel, a lodge, a tourist facility, you're really stable. And then you start to pay it back on a longer threshold. The reason they are very competitive in tourism is because this has helped to grow this sector. So we are asking, ladies and gentlemen, government, to whom we pay taxes and we are very loyal and we don't sleep, please create some basket of funds that will support this effort so that we make our country competitive. Of course, we want all of this to be done in the context of PDM and then give us a longer threshold for clearances, create a schedule, and this is nothing new, it's being done in other countries. Now, I'm closing in 2 seconds. What were the major wins for the private sector? This has been a deep paper. As you can imagine, we've done this for a year, so I'm just really giving an accountability. Musasi took 3 hours. I've taken about 25 minutes. So what were the major policy wins for the private sector? And here I'm speaking for the private sector, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we applaud government on macro stability. The figures are there. The ATMs, for which most of us are operating in, did score that. Manufacturing was given a bigger allocation. Tourism, the digital economy, tax relief, housing finance, and wealth creation. Those were the overarching sector players for us, and we really applaud government for that. But on the concerns of the private sector, ladies and gentlemen, we still have issues. Number one, the cost of credit is still high, competitively. Our neighbors for whom we operate in the East African community, are lending much lower, and we think that we can actually equal or even go less. Domestic areas are still a challenge. I've belabored on that. Fake inputs are still a problem. And here we call on government to support UNBS and the other enforcement authorities, especially first line, URA, immigration, security, to be able to manage that. Cold chain, as I had said before, especially to help us on the horticulture, floriculture, and all of these fresh foods elements, especially in the area of the cost of cargo and transport is still, and of course storage is still a problem. Tourism levies, Mr. Kato, we need to move down from 26 different taxes to at least 3. We're not evading, but at least let there be some support. But more important, what are the implementation risks? You lose money, you lose on excise duty, you lose on contract farming challenges, commercial justice, and then of course PSD funding. All of this is going to be available on our website. Now, in closing, we are going to have to address these areas, which I have mentioned as challenges, and that's going to be our calendar activity. So Shirley and our leadership from Sarah and Chairman, these are going to be the thrust areas of our advocacy agenda. And then, of course, next slide, the one, post-budget. What happens after this? What happens after this? We are, PSFU, are going to confirm with the different departments of government, the parliament and MDS. We are going to monitor these releases. Julius, I think our work is cut out with our colleagues at CSBAG and other places, whether or not some of these releases are going to be actualized. Of course, the tax guidelines is really a question of discussion. And then, of course, every MDA has quarterly work plans. We are going to be working in tandem with them. Why is this important? Is we need to resolve the bottlenecks. Ladies and gentlemen, when you manage high costs of barriers to trade and doing business, you then manage supply chains, and more importantly, you make more resources, you pay your taxes, you employ people, there's more consumption, government makes money. But more importantly, we are also going to report these outcomes. And I think Ministry of Finance has done a good job in this. So we're going to be doing quarterly implementation reviews to ensure that these commitments are being put in place. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, this budget, in our view, provides a very strong foundation for private sector-led economic transformation. The government will give you a pass on your positive responses to us. We can clap for them. What this then means, of course, is that there will be stability, agro-industrialization will grow, all the ATMs. We then, of course, thank you for that, but therefore, therein lies the critical task ahead on the issue of discipline. Discipline is very important, and we stand ready on behalf of private sector, PSFU, and our different members to support the government on this, and we also ask government to support us so that we together can have enterprise growth, grow jobs, grow export, grow investment, make our country attractive, and then of course ensure that all Ugandans are able to live in a higher, better environment. I take this opportunity to thank all of you for coming. It's been a long, deep dive, but I want you to really applaud with me my team that has put this document together, Julius and Company Limited. Can I ask my PSFU team to stand? Secretariat staff, please stand. We need to recognize you. These are the ladies and gentlemen who make and support you in all your work. And let me ask the board members who have given us leadership also to stand, and we recognize them for the leadership. And these are the people who give us, and to thank all of you for coming. Thank you very much. And Julius, come and take leadership now. I've taken for too long, but it's called accountability. This is our budget speech. So I didn't come with a briefcase. I came with a case full of ideas. So I thank you so much for coming, and let's pray that God will give us a prosperous financial business year. God bless you.
Thank you, CEO, and I think he deserves a much better hand clap. It was really very necessary that you give that State of the Nation address, specifically looking at private sector growth. And it gives us really a view that as an economy, we can't grow unless we listen to each other. That is the government and the private sector. And good enough, the Minister of Finance is represented here. The Justice is represented. PSD is represented. The 45 trillion that you need from the private sector, Madam Diana, you must support us to give that money to you. One scholar who writes a lot on financial management called Dave Ramsey said, you do not go broke trying to appear rich. By that was of course looking at the lifestyle of people who try to appear very rich when they are broke. But in the real sense, we've seen this work oftentimes in developing economies where we tax ourselves to the bone while trying to impress those who lend us money that we can actually pay that money back to them. And at the end of the day, we've choked our economies and gone broke entirely. So we must, as an economy, balance between tax increase and economic growth, but you can't eat your cake and have it at the same time. Even developed economies, including the biggest economy in the world, what they normally look at is tax cut. President Trump's primary policy, I like talking about him, so don't crucify me for that. His primary policy throughout his campaigns has, as regards economy, was primarily on tax cuts, including tax on tips. Why? Because in the last less than 2 years, he has attracted more than 17 trillion in private sector investment to the United States. So you can't eat your cake, Honorable Minister, and have it at the same time. So it's either you choose to tax us to the bone by increasing excise on almost everything, including water, which is essentially a human right, or you let us grow the economy, then you have one business which can pay tax and clear your entire budget. This is just the 84.3 trillion budget is just 5% of Elon Musk's tax that he pays to the US government. 5% of his entire tax. So, and good enough, of course, as was ably mentioned, 95% of discretionary expenditure, and we thank the ministry for this, is going to ATMs and enablers, which essentially means that that is ideally, and you can underline that, money going to the private sector growth and promoting our competitiveness. However, budget implementation is still a problem, Honorable Minister. You allocate money, but the question is, does that money get spent and to the right priorities? So if this money that gets allocated actually gets spent in the next maybe less than 14 years, or like 10 would probably achieve the 10-fold growth strategy. So budget implementation, we must change the way we do business. You can't take 4 years building a bridge of less than 100 meters and you want to grow $500 billion economy. And you know this, we know this. We must change the way we do business. Tax predictability. We had reached somewhere with the ministry, especially on excise. Then we went back to business as usual. You will notice that where performance was poor at 70.8% was on tax policy and tax administration. All the amendments that were made in the excise duty tax, they are very, very bad. Here I'm not being diplomatic, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. They are not good for economic growth. And because I remember when we had a meeting with the Parliamentary Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and members were complaining, dealers in fuel are speculating, they're already increasing the prices on the pump because they anticipate a 12% tax increase on fuel. I told them, fuel, you are net importer of fuel. 100% of our fuel comes through from the Middle East. Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz was closed. Global prices had increased. So it can't be the same time you're increasing excise on fuel. Unfortunately, and this I will say, unfortunately, I don't have MPs here, but only 5% of the proposals that were given by 100% civil society are considered a job to the plenary. So I hope there's a change in that area. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into a deep discussion about this and many others. So, I will invite my sister Jackie Tahakanizibwa to invite her panel to quickly thrash through what has been discussed and many other things that came up in the budget, and take us through that component. Jackie, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
And good morning, members. Good to have you again on another dialogue. I know we've had so many dialogues and we are not about to tire, and that is the spirit of PSFU. So I understand that I have more panelists than the chairs, so I guess the team that is supporting us can help us with, I think, one chair as well. But as we get started, I would really like to, first of all, appreciate Ministry of Finance for ensuring that they continue to guide us in shaping the physical direction in this country. We don't take that for granted. But also for ensuring that they keep the doors open. I know that you have really given us opportunity, especially for us who come from the private sector. I know I've been in the brewery. I see my colleague over there from Uganda breweries send my greetings. Oh, and my former boss right here. You, and good to see you again on these streets. We really have been here, and we continue to be here. But Ministry, thank you so much for keeping the doors open, despite the fact that sometimes we talk and you're like, well, talk when you get tired, it's okay. And then you come up with your own other, policies that probably you think are best for the nation. So we appreciate the support that keeps coming through. And then I would also like to appreciate the Private Sector Foundation. Being the apex body that brings us together, I know as members we bring a lot of pressure to PSFU. And I understand that there were sleepless nights at PSFU, especially when the budget was read. We were seeing different things, while conversations were still, they will walk us through to transformation. They will walk us through to transformation. And of course, we'll look at the broader taxation and business environment. And URA, our good friends, will be tackling that really nicely, I hope. And so I think for me, before I invite my panel here, really, I believe that the purpose of today's dialogue is not necessarily to, about analyzing the budget. I think for me, it's more about understanding what the budget means for the actual businesses, and also interrogating whether, the policy intentions are actually practical on the people on the ground, yeah? Like people say it that, sometimes we can sit in the boardrooms and make policies, but ku ground, viralamuko, like Baganda say. On the ground, it's really totally a different story. And so we really have to make sure that this dialogue generates actionable recommendations, probably for implementation. And as it is always said, that a budget is only as powerful as its execution. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please allow me introduce my panel. And I will start with Mr. David Wozemba, the Country Director of AGRA. A big round of applause as he comes through. And he will be speaking to commercial agriculture and agro-processing. All right, and moving on, I'll invite, I think I'll move to the lady from the Ministry of Finance, Ms. Diana Nanono. Because Diana, I can warn you, Bambi, you're going to be on a hot seat, but it's fine. They can clap for you as you come. Probably that can calm the nerves. Yeah, Diana Nanono, Head of Private Sector Development Unit at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Diana, most welcome. And thank you for always being there for the private sector. I would then invite Mr. Issa Kato, the Vice President of the Uganda Tourism Association, who will be dissecting issues concerning tourism. Mr. Issa, you're most welcome. I'll move on now to the taxman, the tax administrators. Grace Aine, really, you need no introduction. Just come forward and tell us your stories. Hopefully this time they are real stories. Yeah. And so Grace will be discussing with us and addressing tax policy and administration issues. And we are going to be joined by the beautiful lady from MTN. Ms. Rona Arinaite, the Senior Manager, Communications at MTN Uganda. Rona, you're most welcome. All right, so we move on. I hope we have an extra seat, yes. We move on to the main man who we have really struggled with and been in the trenches for the longest time. When I left university, I heard about Simon Kahero. Even when I was still at uni, I was hearing about Simon talking about taxes, policy, what? Simon, you really suffered. Please come forward. Yeah, a big round of applause to Mr. Simon Kahero, the Vice Chairperson of EABC Uganda chapter. I believe that should be it. We were expecting somebody from the Chamber of Mines. I guess they're not here. All right. If they're not here, we will then get started. I welcome the panel once again. Thanks for making the time. And so let's have this conversation, deep dive, and then we'll get to hear from the audience at some point. So I would like really to start this conversation with a very quick question. It may be simple, but a very quick one and good for us. We have had the budget. We have had different budget speeches as well. I would like to hear from each one of you, probably a minute or two, what does this budget get right? And what must be fixed real quickly to unlock private sector growth? I know this question was not on the script, but I've put it. I'll start with Simon, because you're itching to answer that. What needs to be fixed real quick? Or what does the budget get right?
Okay, thank you very much. And without wasting any time, my favorite bit is where all these governments, Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, placed a focus on administrative efficiency, okay? Cost cutting rather than new taxes. Yes, we have a couple of new taxes in some places, but they all realize that there's a need to look inward and start cutting costs. That's a message we've been giving them for a very long time. Mm-hmm. And I'm happy that the reason they have taken that approach is the pressure from outside of East Africa. You know, the lack of, or the decreased foreign funding. Where's Julius? He mentioned my favorite president of America, Donald Trump, the best president of America for Africa. Cutting funding for Africa forces us to do things better. And I think in East Africa, we've started on the path. But I have more to say that's not very kind, so I'll stop there for the first minute.
All right, thank you so much, Simon, for that punchy submission. I'll move on to Rona.
Hello, good morning. So your first question, what does the budget get right? I think putting digital transformation or technology at the center of unlocking all the other sectors, that it gets right. What I think it needs to unlock, the things that are hindering digital participation for the wider nation, country, so that then this can drive economic participation for everybody.
Great. I'm liking these punchy conversations. We go to you, Dana.
Thank you, Jackie. Again, I think that what this budget really gets right is prioritizing the productive areas and sectors of the economy, which are the ATMs and the attendant enablers, as well as ensuring that we have affordable financing for the private sector, especially the wealth creators. Thank you.
Great. Grace, over to you.
Thank you, Jackie. I think the budget billows a lot of hope in efficient resource allocation. Most of the allocations that have been made are really intentional for the different sectors, especially as seen in the ATM strategy. And most importantly, support for the community, of the businesses, and especially also to the end of digitalization, because we've observed that the best and the easier way of getting back to our people is by having them online. So online business, online transactions, and all that that comes with it. Thank you.
Good. Mr. Kato?
Thank you. I think in addition to what everyone has really said, I think the budget has tried so much to harmonize several sectors into a united force to make us all win as a country. And in my sector as tourism, you realize that we had even an increase in the budget. Our only ask into this is how do we break it down to those core areas that can support our business, and then we compete globally. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wozemba?
Thank you. From our side, and I'll speak from a point of information, having participated in a number of budget reviews for the last 3 years, and having been the chair of the donors group for the last 2 years too. There are two perspectives. One is the allocation of resources on the agro-industrialization in a component, which is critical in the NDP 4. This is the highest budget allocated over the last couple of years, and you can go back and check. And critical to it are elements that have been prioritized. Research, irrigation, which is water for production, value addition, critical, post-harvest handling. Aspects around inputs are critical in the agro-industrialization agenda. But I think the elements that possibly are a missing link that we'll talk about around policy harmonization. But to a large extent, it has, to a big, supported the agro-industrialization component within the.
Thank you so much. I like the fact that some of the panelists got the instruction right and gave the, both what the budget got right and what needs to be fixed. And I can see some people really intentionally moved and missed out the quick fixes that we need to do or have in the budget, and I will forgive them. Yes, they have jobs to keep. Moving forward, I'll start with the commercialization of agriculture, and again, I'll go back to Mr. David Wozemba from Agra. We know that it's really key on the agenda, commercialization of agriculture. And so we understand that Uganda continues to have a really very significant agricultural potential, but again, the value addition and agro-processing remain a little bit limited. Again, what is that missing link in the policy? And where should the budget focus, to build stronger agriculture value chains, improve market access, and also position Uganda competitively in the regional and international markets?
Thank you. And I'll start from a point of possibly an active participant in the same space where I have supported the designs of some of the policies, and to a large extent, some of the policies sit on the shelves. I think the biggest worry, and this for me stems from last year's joint annual program review that we did with the key participants within the agro-industrialization component. We realized that the weakness within which to deliver the 10 growth fold was in how do we really dust off some of the policies that we have and just take it to the next level of implementation. The weakest area is around how we implement. It's not about having new policies, it's just getting closer to implementing, even if they are only 50% of what we have being taken to the next level. One of the things that you must recognize is that this year, we're not talking about creating new policies. It's about policy coherence. And this stems from the fact that we already have a high level of political leadership that can spark the progress on the coherence. But that alone is not sustainable. You know, we recognize that in this year, if we're going to make progress, we need to have clear mandates. We have to have aspects around domestic financing. We have aspects around technical ownership and around governance arrangements. All these stems around the leadership that we have that drives the process towards implementation. But then that alone, if the accountability is not well aligned, we tend to fall short. And this is one of the biggest challenges we have in this current budget, and we must take it to the next level. Using the coordination mechanism to tackle fragmentations across sectors and levels. This is one area, and I happen to have sat in yesterday's validation meeting where we are reviewing the state of the investment in Uganda, report in Uganda for the last 1 year. And we're looking at also the last 5-year trends. Recognizing the biggest weakness in that report was around coordination around the key different institutions that bring to bear some aspects that need to be implemented. Take a simple example, the one-stop center at Uganda Investment Authority. You find 3 or 4 of them sitting in the same room, but having different views, and yet it's a one-stop center. So we fall short of implementing what is required of us. And this is a whole aspect around coordination, around ownership, and around driving the next level. There's the inclusive participation that can help navigate diverse interests and strengthen cohesion. Diverse interests, you know, the development partners, the private sector, the government, we all have diverse interests. In policy implementation, if we don't harmonize this, there's a high chance that we'll fall short of implementing, you know, what we have set as the critical areas to spur growth. And if we're going to spur growth, ensuring that this inclusivity is critical, and it will give us the next level of harmonized decision making, but also quick wins that we can generate instead of operating in silos. Budgets and financing often fall short, but keep pace of coherence ambitions. What are those ambitions that we need to look out in the budget that we need to drive forward? Because largely what we set to do is not what we do at times. And I've looked at the budget for last year. We had said, yes, we're going to give agro-industrialization 1.8 trillion. But what happens? We ended up with 1.3. What was the unfunded priorities? They were significant. I happened to be part of the program implementation review, and we, as part of the agro-industrialization component, and review all the budget areas. But what we find are the unfunded priorities. They're significantly high. And yet when we commit the funds, it means we must be able to actually implement at least 60–70% of what we committed. That alone, in one way or the other, actually when we do the reviews on a quarterly basis and on an annual basis, we find a lot of unfunded priorities that we set that we wanted to actually implement in this budget. The monitoring aspects around our policy areas. So there has been elements around limited space for reflection and adaptation to the constraints of coordination, resource allocation, adaptive management. Again, this aspect is critical if we're going to drive this to the next level. We must sit down and reflect. Every time we do a quarterly review as programs, whether those actions are taken forward or not is a different agenda altogether. We sit together, we discuss, but the next actions possibly are weak in terms of our implementation. So how we adjust to make sure that these resources deliver the impact that we have. So the areas that I find that we need to put emphasis is around implementation breakdown, is around capacity and financing constraints, is around partial implementation support. And those are all elements within the policy that if we're not handled well, we will still be lamenting whether we had a good budget or not, and whether the 2.2 trillion that has been allocated to commercialize agriculture delivers an impact.
All right, thank you so much for that really very passionate submission, and it gives me hope that we have Minister of Finance here in the room. Like I said earlier, Diana, you will be on the spot, but in a good way, really. But yes, thank you so much for sharing some of those concerns. I have personally been, experienced the different views, divergent views at the business center in Kololo, the one-stop center, actually. So, but I think we can do better. The fact that, government saw the need to put it up, it means that really government means well. It's really just about how we execute and implement. So a few things that we need to fix. Now, I would like to move on to Rona. Rona, you mentioned that really digital transformation is key, and I agree with you. It's really very critical and very central to economic growth. And I also know that there are key barriers to Uganda's digital economy, things to do with affordability, digital skills, infrastructure, and the regulatory frameworks. How can the tax regime, in your view, facilitate digital penetration, especially when you look at the aspect of the import duty on phones and all that? What do you think the government should really do to improve broadband penetration, to increase internet access? Because we understand that a couple of people out there really have no access to internet as well. And what do you think government can really do, or this regime, the tax regime, really can do to also reduce the cost of internet generally in Uganda?
Thank you so much, Jackie, for that question. First, I want to commend government. Sometimes it's easy to come here and point out everything that hasn't happened, but I want to commend the government. If you read the budget, you'll notice they gave some statistics in terms of how we moved in terms of the digital agenda in Uganda. We have over 20 million Ugandans currently using smartphones. We have over 54 million mobile subscribers. There is growth in terms of where we started and where we're going. So just to paint a little bit, to just give you an overview of what the issue is, the telecoms have been asked, cover, make sure there is connectivity, make sure there's broadband, make sure there is, masts are going up. So connectivity is available. Between us and our competitors, you'll find that we have above 90% geographical coverage, above 90% population coverage, and about in the range of the 80s in geographical coverage, taking away lakes, swamps, and that kind of thing. So connectivity is available. Then what's the issue? The issue is usage. So recently GSMA released a report that showed that 24% of all the coverage that we put out there, it's only 24% in terms of participation. There's an 86% usage gap. Now, we can't say that we are driving transformation when you have a majority of the people not able to utilize this connectivity. So then the question begs, with everything that has been put in place, with the budget to support the sector, how do we then unlock the usage? How do we make sure that that usage is not just people creating content for fun, but even that usage is translating into economic participation? And that's the conversation that I want to talk about. There are three things. UCC, I think last week, released a report that talked about the impact of taxation in the telecom sector. And one of the things that they highlighted was, between the 12% excise duty, the 18% VAT, you've talked about the 10% import. In a sector that is price sensitive, it makes it very hard for people, one, to afford to access. So what's the thing that is going to unlock then access? A smartphone. That's the thing that we are really pushing for. Everybody here, your biggest way of connecting to the internet is just by a smartphone. And that's the key gadget that is going to help everybody comes online. He was talking about how people are selling products online. That's what's actually going to enable people to participate in the economy and take advantage of the digital transformation. So we are pushing, how do we make this smartphone more affordable? There are taxes that are layered on, that makes the price more expensive. So the ask is, how do we make it more affordable? We've seen countries like Rwanda that did it for a period of time. They zero-rated the import duty, and we saw that their smartphone penetration numbers went up. So we're asking that even us in this regime, let's start maybe with even a proof of concept. Remove it, test and see. If more people come in and use smartphones, more people will buy internet, the more you're able to make that money one way or the other. But then again, at the bottom of it, you're able to drive more people online and economic participation. Taxes on mobile money. How can you make the service more expensive, yet you want to drive financial inclusion? So such things, yes, the budget is there. Yes, the sector is being supported. But we need to look at what is it that is stopping usage. How do we bring more people? How is it that it's not just increasing the digital divide between people, only people who can afford, versus how can we make it affordable and accessible for everybody to participate in this digital transformation and therefore reap the economic benefits? That's the conversation.
Yes, that's the conversation indeed, Rona. Thank you so much for speaking really so deeply about digital transformation. We can see the challenges, and indeed government is listening for sure. I would like to move to the Uganda Tourism Association. Tell us a little bit more about where you sit. We see that tourism and hospitality really have a strong potential to generate foreign exchange and employment in Uganda. However, we also see that there is still a big gap when it comes to infrastructure to support the sector, namely the roads, airports, and internet connectivity, say in the national parks and other tourist attractions. How would you advise government then to accelerate investment in this space to harness our full tourism potential?
Thank you. I think you're wondering why I'm using this microphone. This is what we always encourage in tourism inclusivity. Maybe they should have known that I think from the right. So I feel more comfortable speaking from this side than this way. Thank you so much for that headliner. To be direct and specific, tourism, we all know, is an export in this case. And I will come on the issue of the policy. The policy aspect is one of the things that really need to see some reforms to support this export, although it is consumed from the destination. Tourism by nature is an export that the policy of Uganda speaks about, that the export is no tax, but we are suffering from the taxes. and Mr. Stephen brought it out very, very well. One of the key players in the value chain, the hospitality sector, pays 26 different taxes and licenses. So this one makes the final price of the cost of staying in Uganda expensive, and Uganda has already been regarded as one of the most expensive destinations. So that one cannot really help us when we are competing with our neighbors and other destinations that actually you'd find that they find more attractive in this case. In the area of that hospitality, if I stick to there, we need some incentives on that, especially on people who are going to invest so heavily in that sector. Hospitality requires a lot of investments, and by nature, you cannot reap immediately. Yes, Mr. Stephen was talking about the gestation period. On average, if I marketed today my product into the, if I put my product in the market, it would take me almost about 3 years. One, they need to understand. I need to access these same people. I need to make them understand about my product, and then they have to take time to convince themselves and take a decision on what to do. Tourism is a process service whereby someone takes time to think about the destination, they take time to make a decision, and they take time to save to make that decision. So we need incentives to help these people put up facilities that are going to attract actually. So we would call for some good private public partnerships, and then we can support these areas. There's an area of the entry point access into the country. We've got some big challenges with our Ministry of Internal Affairs. You go out there and market Uganda and try to invite people to come to Uganda, and then they find a very big challenge in accessing this country. The president recently made a remark at Powate and was saying, why would you give someone who is interested to come into your country a visa of only 3 months? I had clients last year from Qatar, and they reached at the airport. They were given a visa of 9 days. 9 days. Now, we are promoting here longer stays and more money in the income. But again, the policy on immigration is really hitting us bad. You give someone a visa of 9 days, that means he has to spend 8 days in Uganda maximum. So that's an issue where we need some accelerated processing and again, openness to attract these people. I was in Doha recently, even last year it was the same, but I never saw any immigration officer. I just entered with my passport, I placed it somewhere, it opened, and that's the same thing which happened when I was exiting. I never saw anyone. I just placed my passport. So now the ease in that process is also something which can improve on the visitor experience in that destination. On the area of infrastructure roads, we have made some we have made some noise on that, and well, we saw that the government responded by working on that road, Moko Katuna. It's I think one of and among those priority roads that we needed to be worked on, but it is one key area in terms of access to our attraction areas. They need to be improved, and we need them to be accessible. It's no longer funny to just say that's African massage, but it improves on visitor experience as well. And then the airports, all the airstrips that we have across the country, we need to just improve on them. And when we are attracting people who are going to invest in that area of airlines, they always look at that. If Uganda Airline is to support that, connecting the whole country, they will need tarmac runways. And when you look at Uganda, the only entry point you have is Entebbe. These others, you find a chopper which has even chewed the grass because the airstrip is almost in the middle of the thick. We also need to come in and support our domestic tourism campaigns as a country and as government, because these are providing the basic backbone for our sector. Domestic tourism is a backbone for everyone. If you look at Kenya, we would compare their figures. Last year they had 5.2 million Kenyans, and they attracted 2.2 million from abroad. But you can see 5 million are already giving that country. So you look at tourism, which is a very sensitive area, or a very sensitive sector, only relying on foreigners. We are talking about cancellations right now because there were some 2 guys from Congo who I think they even got lost, and they got Ebola and they entered here. Cancellations, millions and millions of money. People want refunds. The hotels cannot manage. You know, it's a real stampede. And all because there was an issue of Ebola. It is so sensitive. So we need our government to come in and maybe advocate for that in their policies, that honestly Ugandans should be able to tour their country, and maybe those that are in different jobs will appreciate, and when they are making announcements, they can think about that. We also need amplified trainings in the skills sector. We of course, we appreciate there is apprenticeship under Ministry of Gender. They've been supporting the hospitality sector with the apprenticeship, the trainings, and then the support where they are working from. But we need accelerated, and then also we need standardized service trainings. I have been to hotels. These days, they are using so much of the trainees almost all the time. And these trainees go and they bring other trainees, they bring other trainees, they bring... So I'm like, if I go to a 5-star hotel, when will I ever get the services of a 5-star hotel? Because I'm always having trainees. And again, there are no training centers where you say you're training someone in 5-star service. All of them enter with the same service. So we really want to ask government to work together with the UHTTC to have proper training into the different classifications of hotels. Market diversification. The MICE is a business tourism. And as MICE, it is one of the key areas in tourism that supports more tourists. And it is said by research that the business tourists stay longer and spend more. So we need to diversify from the usual only wildlife. We are talking about big 5, now big 7. But that key component is very, very important because it brings forward those people who are even possible investors in the near future. We need a review. Mr. Stevens spoke about it. We need some reforms in our access to finances. UDB speaks about giving us these big loans and huge support, but in operationalizing their work, they're operating like a commercial bank. In their way of doing work is actually a commercial way. You cannot expect someone to apply for a loan to build a hotel, and it takes years, and again, after acquiring it, immediately you want them to start paying back. So it affects some of the people who can not take those risks, leave that money there, because it is so risky to even pick it. I would also lastly talk about capacity building. We largely miss a point when we align or organize the teams that go out there to put together products and services when they are actually not well equipped with information and skill. We speak about now, this is 2026, but by 2028, there will be no tour operator accessing the European market if you are not sustainably certified. So are we ready as a country? Not yet. But at UTA, we are trying to make a call for people individually to pay, get those trainings. But it would be so much better if government comes in and support us in a big way so that we can compete globally. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Issa Kato, for really trying to break down for us the challenges that you may be facing in the tourism sector. I know that, you know, this Ebola thing really affected very many of us, including being Ugandan, traveling out of Uganda. I personally suffered really. They move you from this line, they put you in a machine, they take you there, just because of really how we communicate about this. I think moving forward, if we can really harmonize our communication, especially between the different government agencies, you know, putting in mind the impact that our messaging will create out there, especially the outside world is quite critical. And the service you talked about on 5-star hotels, and you sometimes really struggle to understand why our neighbor, just our neighbor here, Kenya, is very good at service, but I know that we are getting there. And we must continue supporting our country, especially on domestic tourism, and come up with actionable ideas. So our time is fast spent. However, I still have 3 key submissions that we need to get from our dear panelists. But before I get to URA and the ministry, I would like to hear from Simon. Simon, just really give us the regional perspective, one about how you feel about basically this budget, but also, you know, what you see, especially when we talk about industries in East Africa that are competing for the scarce raw materials that we have in the region. And we can already see this evidenced in the sunflower sector, where we see some different industries really fighting for the scarce available sunflower, for example. How do we harmonize our competitive advantage and grow our regional value chain to harness the potential for East Africa as one?
Okay. Thank you, Jackie. But just before I address that, you said a couple of people did not propose fixes, quick fixes. So I want to share one with them for them, right? From Stephen's presentation, and PSFU, I think, needs a round of applause for that scorecard, because that was a fantastic way of presenting these thoughts and how they've been working. One of 2 things that came out of that scorecard that stood out for me, I always talk about digital tax stamps and how it's this extremely unnecessary, ineffective cost that we, not just in Uganda, across the region, manufacturers are suffering. In Uganda, on these slides, it indicated a possible annual cost of 25 billion. Was that dollars or shillings? On another slide, Stephen highlighted the need for patient capital. Now, this is a contradiction in one presentation that all of us in this room can see and we know we can use to fix. Instead of these manufacturers sending money out to a Swiss company, let's give you that money to put into UDB so that we increase industrialization and productivity. Simple, straightforward, and who benefits? East Africans. That's a quick, simple solution that does not need too much discussion. However, when President Museveni made his budget speech, now coming to my answer, he clarified for Ugandans that this is not term no sleep, and a couple of people said it this morning. It is term no more sleep. The key word there is more. No more sleep. We've been sleeping for a long time, even on this issue of DTS. We've been, as manufacturers across East Africa, not just Uganda, making these pleas for 9 years now. It is time to stop sleeping. And when we come to the simple challenge you've stated, for instance, of access to scarce raw materials within East Africa or increasing production, we know what we need to do. Again, I call upon everyone here to go and listen to the President's speech on Budget Day, because he highlighted very clearly things that we know and understand and that are working for Uganda and need to be adopted by the rest of East Africa, so that regionally we take up this position that we've been promising we are going to take as Africa's biggest producer, especially of, we always talk about agricultural produce, but there's a lot more that can come about. Now, PDM in Uganda, it's only working in Uganda. It's only been implemented in Uganda. All the other East African countries should have started picking up on this, because the formula is simple, straightforward, and addresses this challenge, Jackie, that you raised for us this morning. PDM and models of that nature that bring more Ugandans or East Africans into the money economy is premised on increasing production, producing more. Producing more so that we can manufacture more. Because without these raw materials that we consider to be scarce, manufacturing is challenged. As we speak in these, the budgets that we listen to from Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania specifically, sugar, for instance, as a product, has been addressed by each country differently. Kenya is trying to protect a bit more in order to increase manufacturing. Tanzania is also seeking to protect, but also to raise revenue, yet their production is low. Uganda, which has a surplus, is facing a challenge because now new non-tariff barriers are being introduced to stop our sugar crossing over the borders. But we have industrial production. Should we stop producing sugar? Definitely not. We need to grow more sugar so that we can industrialize it more, because there is a very large market out there. And that market starts with right across the borders before we even go into the rest of the continent. We talk about market access, and that was one of the key buttons on the presentation that Stephen gave us, our CEO, and it's mentioned in the theme of the budget. In fact, when you look behind Issa there, and market access, that is that last point that we need to focus on. Once you've increased manufacturing, you've manufactured more, we need to sell more. Are the customers there? Yes, no doubt. In fact, again, Mr. Kato, using his example, we have very many tourists within this country. But what are they doing? Sleeping in their own houses, in their own beds. Yet the Katos have opened hotels for you, and you're waiting for people who are scared of Ebola. I mean, we need to wake up, no more sleep. Once we sell more, then we can earn more. And this is where our colleagues from Ministry of Finance, Revenue Authority need to take an interest, because those increased earnings are for us, we, Ugandans, East Africans, to consume more. And that's why I was happy with these budgets, not introducing higher taxes, but focusing on broadening the tax base so that our consumption is not challenged. Except for the places where, again, were highlighted in Stephen's presentation, we feel that more can be done to lower consumer costs so that we can increase volumes, we can increase velocity of consumption. That increased consumption will finance more. That's where the money for our government people, our employees, remember, we must always remind the government that we employ you, where our employees will get the money required, not to pay salaries, but to provide these services, and even more importantly, to invest in more production. Coming back to things like PDM and M-Yoga and so on and so forth. Now, once we've closed those loops, we will never have a conversation about a shortage of raw materials. We can't even consider it. All the raw materials that we import into East Africa, except for those which you would call extremely rare, and I would challenge any of you to state what those would be, can be produced within here. I spoke earlier about global shocks. One of the key impact areas from these global, the wars, for instance, Russia, Ukraine, and even now with the Strait of Hormuz being open closed. Fertilizers. Oh, the cost of fertilizers has gone up because now they can't come into East Africa. And yet we need fertilizers in order to engage in the commercial agriculture that David started off speaking about. Do we not have fertilizer materials in this country? Yes, we do. Have we been sleeping? Yes, we have. In Uganda, we spoke about the Sukulu project. I don't know how many of you have heard about the Sukulu phosphates project in Tororo. A $610 million US project that has gone quiet. We have gone to sleep. Why? And that's not the only one. We have a lot of opportunity here that we need to activate in this term, no more sleep. And thankfully, in the budget, you've seen, Uganda specifically, you've seen a lot more mention of investments that are going to go into increasing this production, but that's premised on Uganda being ready to take on oil money. We are about to bank that money, and that's great. But if we misuse that money, if we do not apply it to increasing production at the very front, market access at the end, then we are not going to achieve these objectives. And that's why the tracking and monitoring that Stephen spoke about has got to continue non-stop. And I feel that we, as the private sector, have now got to take an even more central position. Diana here is going to become my new best friend because of the department she heads. We are going to have to sit in these offices with them to ensure that all these aspirations that we are talking about are executed, and are executed in a way that makes PDM not a political statement, not a fun promise, but a reality that can be applied, adopted across the entire region, so that we talk about having wealthy, prosperous East African products going out onto shelves across Africa under the Continental Free Trade Area and even the rest of the world. We know we can do this, and I honestly trust we will, if we continue the focus that we've applied so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Simon. When elders speak, you can't repeat a word. So I'll move on to our good friend from the Uganda Revenue Authority, Grace. I know that you have a huge target of about 45.9 trillion. You're already thinking, I know where you're going to go. This room alone, this room, you'll go to the people who really pay taxes religiously. They don't default, they pay on time, they are compliant, and you'll go back to them. And we know that there's a bigger percentage of people in the informal sector that are really making serious money, and they never get to see anybody from URA. But I know that is a conversation, again, for another day, and I know colleagues in this room who will be talking about the informal sector shortly when we open up the mic to the audience, especially seeing that there's a lot of illicit somewhere that I know, but nothing is happening. All right, so beyond taxes, or beyond tax rates, Grace, we know that there's businesses often raise concerns around compliance costs, administration, then there's that bit I've just talked about, selective enforcement. There's also the element of really not very pleasant customer care to the taxpayers, especially when it comes to demanding for taxes. And then the other key thing is around the turnaround time, remaining really not well functioning due to the URA's refusal to honor its rulings. Yes. How can we expand the tax base, for instance, and make sure everyone is contributing their equal share to the budget? I think you need to help us understand that element. We also see that there are elements on taxes like the rental tax that are being collected. How do we then support the private sector? I really hope I've not confused you. I've talked about so many asks, but you can understand where, for us, the private sector sit. Our pain, yeah? So take it on, Grace.
Thank you for the question. You've really gone everywhere with the question. And it's only fair because you really want answers on most of the things that we deal in on a daily basis. But for starters, I would like to appreciate Stephen and team for the great presentation and the accountability for the sector. It's so open of the successes, and also thank the other panelists who have hinted on the different areas that are vital to the private sector, which actually filters through collection of these revenues. While I sat there, I kept listening on the areas that Stephen was hinting on. To your question, it was a very long one. To deal with compliance costs, administration, and selective enforcement, URA is one of those government institutions that has taken the automation agenda seriously. In 2022, I think around there, we rolled out a digitization strategy, and the intent was to have nearly everything that we deal with online. All activities, transactions, and our touch points with the taxpayer are all automated so that we do not get to deal in a manual environment and do guesswork like we used to do in the past. So this has taken place, and some of the activities that are involved there had systems to be introduced. You know, we've talked about the new e-tax system. We talked about, my brother Simon is talking about DTS. And these bring benefits to us. If I should stick maybe like two of those, IFRIS and DTS. In the past, we had issues with ensuring compliance of some taxpayers in as far as their turnovers are concerned. Upon introduction of the IFRIS, electronic fiscal receipting and invoicing solution, we've observed an improvement in the turnovers and VAT collection. If you remember the time there was a big trade action, I think 2 years ago, or when we enforced on IFRIS, so many traders just came through, you know, fighting back. It was because of the efficiencies it had created. In that small period, we had a 12% growth in revenue collection itself. These taxpayers who joined IFRIS have since stayed on, so is the efficiency of this year. So these measures have come in place to help us. DTS, quite important. We have a study we performed last, I think 3 months ago. I think we'll need to pick interest with the PSFU to have a look at the results. There are some manufacturers who have told us DTS is very good because of several reasons. One, from a compliance perspective, we're able to monitor online the production, so we don't have much to question about your inputs and outputs and your ex-factory rates and the like. From a value chain perspective, we're able to monitor stock that goes through to your different dealers and stockists. So there's a whole benefit of tracking this. And also, again, on DTS, the ability to enforce properly. You spoke of illicit. There was a lot of illicit manufacturing of most of the manufacturable products like whiskeys and mukama na yamba, those kind of things. And they were adulterative, they were spoiling the market against the health. So these have been a bit carved out because of such efficiencies. So, and when we enforce in that space, we have ceased to have enforcement for a particular taxpayer. Otherwise, we go all around for all sectors. Matter of fact, if there's an enforcement like a roadblock, it's not targeting a particular individual taxpayer. It is to ensure that all the regulations are being adhered to. As an attempt in that space. We pray that the next time we go massive enforcement, we won't have showstoppers like we did in the past trade action. It was good for the country. Poor customer care to the taxpayer, we have really improved. I'm glad to inform that we have a client service charter. It's available on our website. You're able to see what rights they are in for taxpayers. Internally, Ministry of Finance likely approved our new structure. We have now a tax academy that is really interested in making sure the tax officer knows what they are doing. We have opened up new centers, including here down at Pearl Tower, where we have increased our space and our reach to taxpayers to ensure that we are close to you and that we are able to answer your questions quite early. We also had an increase in the number of staff now, so our footprint on the ground has improved, so we expect that the issues of customer care, if any still, can be easily addressed with those improvements. You spoke about TAT, I'm happy my sister Crystal is in the building, and honoring of rulings from on there. There's a process and a procedure that follows through upon any ruling, whether it's from TAT, whether it's from High Court. For most where the appeal has not been raised or otherwise, the URA has gone ahead to execute these rulings. Sometimes we expect additional information from a taxpayer to make sure that this actually happens seamlessly right through to their ledgers. So where there are cases that rulings have not been adhered to, our doors are really open so that we can reconcile on those elements. But it's a process and it's a procedure that we don't want to jeopardize in any way to think that we are supporting one and not the other. How do we expand the tax base and everyone contributing? I must thank the Ministry of Finance through the Tax Policy Department. I think last year, 26 tax amendments, we had an exemption for income tax for 3 years for new businesses. There are so many other ways that have been put in place in as far as dictation is concerned. I spoke about the earlier elements like IFRIS and DTS. Through this, we've been able to capture through many other third-party related information. We are able to see that taxpayer A bought goods from supplier B. Supplier B was never in our register. So we've used this information from the appendant systems to increase our base. We've had tax policy amendments like the one I've mentioned about for 3-year tax holiday. We'll be reviewing it this year. I'm sure Stephen will be interested in that one to see who are those ones. We have had several exemptions within the tax law that encourage taxpayers to actually start up a business. So in this space, we also work with the different MDAs. We have a whole of government approach where you're dealing with a different taxpayer or a different supplier. There's a requisition that you should have them onto the tax register before you can deal with them. So there are so many ways we have tried to deal together so that we increase this base. But over and above this, the digital strategy will help us to encompass most of the online players who are operating off-grid. You must have seen these e-commerce traders, Jumia, OLX, and the sisters. A customer, including ourselves here, you go online, you want to buy a bag, you place an order, you don't close the order online. He tells you, I'm sending my border guy to deliver. So we've lost the buyer, we've lost the track of the transaction closure, we've lost the payment element. So that space is what we are trying to come up with policies with the Ministry of Finance to ensure that we close the gap and also grow the pace in there. Rental tax. The year 2023, 22 actually, when we were coming out of COVID, I think our rental collection was around about 215 billion that time. So 215 billion, today we are talking about 331 billion in that same space. So there has been a growth in rental. However, we believe that there still remain some taxpayers down there. You know how some are very unconventional in ways of operation, and we encourage them to be cooperative. You have a mall, you issue out receipts of money less than what you've collected. You don't use IFRIS. So there are gaps that have happened in the major CBD in as far as rental adherence is concerned. This one we get back to you to help us also to ensure that these landlords are encouraged to declare fully what comes through, not just on a value perspective, but also on a quantum, how many tenants they have and the like. So this space is upcoming, there's growth, and there's also a bit of digitization in that space. We also request, we had measures in the last year to ensure that we have a whole of government approach, especially with the lands ministry, and you spoke about it. Once the registry is fully digitized, it becomes much easier for us to even go ahead for that space of enforcement. So there are some steps, and we are proud that the private sector is in space to help us achieve these measures. Thank you.
Very well done, Grace. I must say that URA has really improved in terms of how they treat us, the taxpayers. So yes, credit to that and the team. I'm moving on to our last panelist, who is also, our key panelist at that, Diana. A lot has come through from the different panelists, a lot, really a lot, and I know you've been taking notes. We cannot exhaust all these that have come through today, but at least, and the beauty is that your office is wide open. I will only pose one question, unless you really feel strongly about responding to any other issues that came through. But for now, we wanted to just get to hear from you about Uganda's tenfold growth strategy. We know that it really relies mostly on the private sector as a key driver. How is the ministry trying to balance revenue mobilization with competitiveness, and then particularly on the issue of improving the budget execution and efficiency? Again, at the same time, while addressing production costs from taxes on fuel, given the global increase, as we all know, looking at plastics, which are essential for the packaging industry, and then also the construction materials for the building industry. What is our game plan? How are we trying to balance this? We're looking at the taxes, and then at the same time, you really have to mobilize, and also we have to remain competitive. Just really give us highlights of what the ministry's plan is. Yeah.
Thank you, Jackie, for that question. And once again, I'd like to appreciate the CEO for the very good presentation that was done earlier this morning. Jackie, to move to your question around Uganda's tenfold growth strategy and what government's plan is around enhancing competitiveness. Like you rightly put it, government has come up with an ambitious agenda of growing a 500 billion economy. And with growing this 500 billion economy, the anchor sectors that have ably been spoken to by a number of my colleagues here include agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral value addition, including oil and gas, the science, technology, and innovation, including the creatives industry. And for a number of each of those, when you look at next year's budget, government has really been very, very intentional on where it puts resources to ensure that we achieve the tenfold that we would like to see as a country. When you look at aspects around agro-industrialization, from earlier on in the engagements, I had colleagues speak to issues around the quality of our inputs to ensure that we increase the necessary production that we are looking at under PDM, but as well as the productivity. What are we doing as government? And I think that is one of our priorities under that anchor area, to ensure that we enhance regulation, we enhance enforcement around the quality of inputs that are being accessed by our farmers, and ensure that we have the much desired production and productivity that we desire and anticipate. When you also look at aspects around fertilizer, I had my co-panelist, Simon, speak to the Sukuru project, but just to inform us that besides that, government is very keen on ensuring that we do domestic production of fertilizer. And in the offing is a facility at Kampiringisa that is coming up on domestic and local production of fertilizer in country. And we think that this will go a long way in changing the landscape around productivity in this country, given the prices of fertilizer currently mainly determined by the global disruptions. We also note that in the coming financial year, we are going to see a lot of fertilizer availability to farmers, particularly in the coffee sector, in cocoa, in tea, and with also the PDM farmers. And we think that that will also go a long way in enhancing productivity. Again, aspects of irrigation. The other day you had a project being cleared by Parliament around providing solar-powered irrigation for coffee farmers. These are all interventions that government is gearing towards ensuring that we achieve this 500 billion economy that we are talking about. It's not just words and and chorusing. It's actual action that we are targeting. When you come to the tourism area, I think I'll speak to some of the aspects that my co-panelist raised. These many levies, licenses that do exist in the tourism sector. Come next financial year, these are areas that are going to definitely be handled. We've already had a number of engagements around them where you'd see a hotel facility pay a pool fee or pool license, bar license, lift, and all this number of licenses that are not harmonized and were increasing the cost of doing business for the hotel subsector. We are looking at harmonizing all these licenses and levies, and we are working with the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, because a number of these were embedded within the trade licensing schedule, and the implementation was being undertaken at the local government level. So come next financial year, this is an area that we are looking at harmonizing, and we hope that we'll be engaging with the association to ensure that this is ably handled. The other aspect that we are looking at handling under tourism, you'll note that when the minister read the budget, he noted that we have already capitalized UDB to the tune of 1.6 trillion. And come next financial year, we are enhancing this to about over 400 billion Uganda shillings. We think that this is going to go a long way in ensuring that stakeholders within the tourism sector are able to put up more facilities and to tap into the opportunities that are coming from the economic and commercial diplomacy strategy that government is currently implementing. If you look at areas around the minerals, and I think for us to achieve this 500 billion economy, what we are critically looking at is the aspect of quantifying the mineral value that we have as a country for the different minerals. I'll give an example of the iron ore in Kanungu. How much of that do we have? So government is really targeted at ensuring that we understand the value and the quantity of minerals that we have in the different sub-regions of the country, and ensure that we continue to attract investors in this area and ensure that it's a game changer. Maybe just to speak to the other aspects of competitiveness, again under the tenfold growth strategy. You'll note that affordable finance is one of the key parameters for any competitive economy and competitive private sector. I'll just try to paint a picture around how this plays into the PDM again, and relate to what Simon really did emphasize. We've opened up over 34 missions abroad as a country under the economic and commercial diplomacy strategy. In all these missions, we anticipate to export a number of commodities. And what that means is that if we don't have the critical production base within the country, then we shall not be able to meet the requirements and the demands of those markets that we have opened up under ECD. And therefore, the allocation of 1.2 trillion under the parish development model to ensure that we create a critical mass of enterprises that can produce the much desired commodities that we need for a number of these markets, but also the commodities that are required as feedstock and raw materials for a lot of our industries locally. We think that this is a game changer for next year's budget for us from where we sit. And the expectation is that this is going to go a long way in improving the competitiveness of the country, as well as enhance the exports and contribute to the much desired 500 billion economy we are looking at. Again, in the area of affordable financing, we have a number of wealth creation funds that I think that a number of us in this room should take advantage of. We recently launched a year ago the large-scale commercial farmers facility, and I want to call upon the different private sector players here who, if you own over 50 acres of land and are keen to grow maize, soybean, sorghum beans, as well as animal feed, this is an opportunity for you because government is meeting the interest component of that facility. The other day, I had one of the beneficiaries, who is also, I think, a member of PSFU, from Delight, Uganda, and she basically said that she's been able to open up over 2,000 acres of land in Noya and increase production because of this facility. So I just want to call upon those that can participate under this to ensure that we increase production and meet the much desired requirements under the different markets, as well as boost exports for this country. Again, on affordable financing, I'd like to speak to the Small Business Fund. This was previously called the Small Business Recovery Fund. And the initial intention was to ensure that we help a lot of the small businesses recover from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, we've since revised the terms and the requirements to access resources under this facility. And the nomenclature of the facility has changed to the Small Business Fund. And it has actually picked up in terms of delivering what we anticipated as government to the private sector. And once again, I'd like to call upon PSFU and its membership to take advantage of this facility. The other question that you asked, Jackie, relates to budget execution and efficiency. How is the government going to ensure that we enhance and improve budget execution come next financial year? So at the Ministry of Finance, I think the Minister and the PSST have been very categorical in stating that we'll be executing the budget discipline and accountability charters with different accounting officers. And the aim is to ensure that we don't get accounting officers commit government without the necessary resources, and therefore lead to the arrears that we see that could probably have been avoided. So in light of that, we think that we'll be able to strengthen execution. We've also had challenges around procurements, around a number of projects that have delayed execution of projects. I think you heard Julia speaking to the fact that you'll have a bridge take about, a small bridge of 100 meters take about 4 years to complete. And some of the challenges we face are around the procurement processes. So what the ministry has embarked on is to ensure that we do a reform of the procurement process and the procurement law. And this is in the offing to ensure that we remove the unnecessary processes that make it difficult to do seamless procurements and therefore execute projects in a timely manner. So that is one of the other areas that we'll be looking into next financial year. The other aspect has been around counterpart funding for different projects to operate. So how this would work was that each ministry was required to budget for counterpart funding for a particular project. And along the way, we would have a lot of challenges there. But come next financial year, the reform is to ensure that we centralize counterpart funding and that the ministry ensures that this is available for projects to be implemented seamlessly. The additional reforms we also see are also going to look at the areas of allocative efficiency and see how we continue to improve that area. By moving money to more productive areas around the ATMs and the attendant enablers, and ensure that we achieve the much desired tenfold that we want to see. Thank you, Jackie. I do submit. Okay.
All right, I think we all agree that Diana is really good to listen to. She speaks like there is no problem in this country. We are moving very well, and therefore all the issues you guys are bringing up, it's okay, we shall deal with them. If you noticed how she was handling the, I can see you can clap. Yeah. Thank you so much, Diana. I think we really have to find more time to have these conversations. We can never exhaust all private sector players' challenges and opportunities. So there are very many, I must say, but we appreciate our panelists. And it's only fair that we get to hear from the audience. I know our time is fast spent, but we'll at least hear from a few people. If you have a burning question, you can ask the question, or if you have a very good contribution, also feel free to ask that question. And then I think from me, I would really want to turn to the audience, and I'll start with Crystal. Ms. Crystal Kabajwara, sorry if I got you off guard. But we just want to understand a little bit about this whole tax appeals tribunal. We need to know how are they being managed, and how are the cases being managed, and then also what are the challenges therein. Somebody please help to move the mic. We are moving swiftly, just one or two, three questions, and we're done. The mic to Crystal.
Thank you, Jackie. That was an ambush, but luckily I was paying attention. My name is Crystal Kabajwara, and I chair the Tax Appeals Tribunal. Our mandate is to resolve tax disputes between URA and taxpayers. Our current caseload is approximately 500 plus cases with a value of about 1.5 trillion shillings. So that is quite a lot of capital that is locked up in the tribunal. And we say that when we resolve a dispute, we unlock capital back to taxpayers in form of working capital or as tax revenue back to the government. So it's a win-win situation when we execute our mandate. Now, I had a few comments that I noted down as I was listening in. And having sat at the tribunal for the last 2 years, I came from private sector. Every case, every application that I listen to points to one thing. We have a huge trust deficit in this nation. I don't know if that's an economic question, a social question, but the trust deficit is killing our country. And it's at both the microeconomic level and at the macroeconomic level. So if you think about day-to-day transactions, you're going to a bank, you want to borrow. The bank doesn't trust you. So what does that mean for your cost of finance or cost of credit? Your employees don't trust you. That means they'll put in the bare minimum. You want to access supplies from your suppliers. They won't give you on credit because they don't trust you. So what that means is that transaction costs are going to go up. Now, at a macroeconomic level, the public doesn't trust the institutions. So that what does that do is that it drives the business into the informal underground, but not in the informal sector. And it begins to spiral and spiral out of control. So we can sit in this room and all the different conferences we attend and the workshops we attend and talk about ATMs, PDM, and all that. But as a country, we must go back to the basics and ask ourselves, when did we lose it? I was speaking to one of my cab guys recently, and he's called Godi. I'm like, Godi, you've been in this cab business for long. You need to scale. Find a partner. And he told me, Madam, you know, you cannot trust. You will get a cab, your car, give it to somebody to, you know, and then they'll eat your money. And so as a country, as a business, or as, you know, you cannot scale because of a trust deficit. So we must, I don't know if we need civic education, if we need to mobilize the masses, I don't know, you know, we must deal with the trust deficit. I submit. Thank you.
Okay, I know that our chair needs to run to another engagement real fast. Her time is fast spent. But I also see a hand. So do we get into this and then get to the questions later? Should we take the last question? Because this is democracy, right? Please take the question.
Thank you so much, Jackie, and the panel discussants. I personally won't take so much time. My comment is on ease of business. We need to agree that Ugandans are deal makers. They are into business, and we've for so long tried to pretend that we are all employed. And so when it comes to mortgages, to bank, you're asking us for documents we don't have. And then when we open the businesses, it's very expensive. You want to open up a bank account, and you need like $1 million. They're asking you for a trading license. You've just begun. They're asking you for search fees, which the bank can communicate with URSB. And then they're asking you to certify URSB documents, which we do online and we receive online. All that is money. You're certifying, you're still giving them such fees, and they need a bank deposit. By the time you're done, for brokers, yourself are eating your money in the boot until the time when you crack that big deal and are ready to open a bank account. We were in Nigeria, and even downtown, like in Kisenyi or Wino, people are using ATMs. People are using mobile money. But here, getting a company bank account has become very cumbersome. They ask for so many details. And then the other thing is, when it comes to the loans and mortgages, they still don't trust you. Like Christo was saying, there's a trust deficit. And then my next point is on tourism. Let's work together with real estate. Ebola, what Ebola did to us, I don't know why Ugandans are quick to spread the bad news. When you go on TikTok, YouTube, everything coming from Uganda is negative. Now, for us who want to bring in investors, it becomes a problem. As you're promoting and saying, come, invest, then they are showing us insecurity, post-elections. Now, this year was special. We were dealing with elections. Then came Tajja Kulaida. Then they're like, you hold on. Then as we were recovering, Ebola. And all flights got cancelled. So there is that problem. We need to market ourselves, not just for chimpanzees. Tourism. We need to market ourselves as a business hub, like Rwanda is doing and Kenya. The reason most investors are going to Kenya and Rwanda is not because those countries are better than us, But it's because Uganda, we've marketed ourselves as a jungle. They also have the chimpanzees and all the rest, the big five. But there are people are going there to do business. And in Uganda, they only come to see animals. Can we market the business side of Uganda? And as I say that, I hope the taxman is on my side. Because when I was trying to give a presentation on why they should come and invest in real estate in Uganda, the list of taxes, you also get embarrassed as you're listing the number of taxes in real estate. So we need to work together and not in silos. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you very much. Your point has really landed, and we have so many people who will take you through and kind of network a bit more for us to understand what can be done during the lunchtime. I'm hoping that PSFU is buying lunch. If not, we shall deal. One more last question to my favorite people, Sheila Sabuni from Uganda Breweries.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. I'll be very brief. I think for me, one is to say thank you for everybody for the presentations and for the organizers for what you've brought together today, for bringing us together today to discuss these important topics. But mine is one, a request and a call out. We have had several of these conversations, and there are some repetitive issues. We talked about stabilizing the tax regime. We've talked about the DTS issue. We've talked about excise. We've talked about several things that have been, I think, on repeat, especially for us in the adult beverage sector, as I'll call it. And I think that I would like to request the associations, EABC, PSFU, how do we start to unpack these issues? We have some good studies, some good statistics, some good content. How do we start to bring together the stakeholders, those who are making these laws, and unpack issue by issue? Have really convene, whether it's on DTS, whether it's on excise, whether it's on the plastics issue. How do we start to unpack these things and then have some actionable roadmaps where we see results, where we see something come out of the excise bill or the consultations, where we see the amendments that come in, stabilize for 5 years, whether we like them or not, but we actually get to have that impact. So how do we now start to do impact-driven discussions? Secondly, the power of partnerships. Vice Chair UTA, you talked about upskilling in the hospitality sector. I'm glad to say that we just had a cohort of 100 people. You also officiated at another one we did with Enterprise Uganda. We have just done this in Jinja with the HTTC Training College. We have a program called Learning for Life, and I'm saying this so that the private sector can really partner with the public sector to bring to life entrepreneurship skills, hospitality skills, bus skills. We do this training already as an entity, and we're happy to partner with those who are willing in that sector to partner with us to actually bring these skills to life. So do feel free to contact me should you be looking for these partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. And with that, we close the Q&A. And hers was really just a submission. She's open to partnerships. With that, allow me to thank our panel, Mr. Simon Kaheru. Very well done. Thank you. I think they are taking our photo. That time is there. 1 minute. Please stand as I say thank you. The Vice President, Mr. Issa Kato, Vice President, Uganda Tourism Association, as you stand and get ready for our moment. Ms. Rona Arinaitwe, send our greetings to MTN, and we hope that we can have cheaper bundles. And of course, Mr. Grace Aine from URA, send our love as always. We will be reaching out, of course. And then we have Diana, of course, Nanono, the soft-spoken one. Thank you so much for your submissions. We really appreciate. And finally, Mr. David Wozemba, the Country Director, Agra Uganda. And from me, Jackie T. Thank you.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've just been telling the CEO that I need no introduction. My name is Kajingo, and I lead the private sector as the vice chair of the board. Okay. As we settle, I will acknowledge the presence of Mr. Ali Tagole on behalf of the Minister of Finance, and Principal Economist Richard Jabo, and of course Diana Nanono, the head of PSDU, as well as the Vice Chair of the EABC, Simon, and our board. Thank you so much. And each one of you from the private sector, our teams at PSFU. You know, while we were talking, and you know Julius is always very generous, he will have prepared a long speech for the chair. So this time I said no. You know, for the private sector, time means money. When you lose time, you lose what? Business. And you know we have overshot our time by how many minutes now? 45. So I'll be very, very short. First, to thank you, Jackie, and the panel for the wonderful discussion. We've had an amazing morning. Greetings from our chair, Mr. Humphrey Nzei, who is somewhere fighting for Ugandan businesses. You know that Private Sector Foundation has a countrywide footprint. We have decades of experience in championing business growth. And to government, the Ministry of Finance, Operation, Wealth Creation, Ministry of Trade, Foreign Affairs, and each one of you, our partners, we are forever grateful. And you note the absence of the PSST. This is the first time ever for him to miss PSFU Post-Budget Dialogue for reasons we understand. He's out of the country on a mission to represent Uganda. So, but we commend the ministers, we commend the PSST for engaging with the private sector in a substantial way, and as a big advocate for private sector involvement. So as you were speaking, I decided to set aside the very good remarks by our head of policy, Julia, so that it enables me cover the interests and the concerns of the private sector. So our view of the budget overall is that it's net positive, and it may need some mitigation, some monitoring, but overall our assessment is that it's positive. It's a massive investment in productive sectors and enablers, combined with tax relief on pay-as-you-earn, VAT thresholds, and the increase in the VAT registration from shillings 150 million to shillings 250 million will reduce compliance costs for, and of course cash flow burdens for SMEs. It's the biggest reform for MSMEs and startups. So we welcome the income tax exemption for local investments committing USD 1.5 million or more in tourism facilities, which will stimulate investment in hospitality. However, excise duty on cement, on fuel, will increase the cost of doing business. We commissioned a study, and we've spoken to this severally on several occasions, to understand the cost drivers and utilization capacity of manufacturing firms. And one of the cost drivers is that manufacturing firms still experience fluctuation of power. So whenever there are those issues, the manufacturing plants stand to generators which use diesel. Now with all these global volatilities and now this excise duty, fuel, of course, will increase the cost of doing business. I wish to take this opportunity to commend the Ministry of Finance for the austerity measures that the PSST announced and your commitment to budgetary discipline, but also for your stewardship of the economy, robust fiscal, monetary policy, and which explains why the macroeconomics are strong and positive, even against the backdrop of elections. The shilling is the most stable currency in Africa. The inflation rate is controlled, it's the lowest in the region, and it's projected that our growth will leap into double digits upon commercialization of oil production. So, but full monetization, which is what the theme of this year's budget is, addresses not only economic growth, but transformation of lives. And we welcome the investment in people to the tune of 1.2 trillion shillings to the parish development model. And you know that the parish is the smallest administration unit, that PDM, as well as the coordination effort of Operation Wealth Creation, is the biggest civil military operation of its kind in Africa. So we welcome capitalization of production at the lowest level, and it's such a huge investment, and which will, of course, now challenge all of us, government and the private sector, in building value chains, but also development of markets. However, this economic growth is not without risk. Our country is grappling with effects of environmental degradation, geopolitical risks, including the conflict between Iran and the US that other speakers have spoken to, which affects the costs of inputs for production, affects fuel prices. But on this, I should also point out that as we expect our fast oil, these global volatilities around fuel could be a blessing in disguise for Uganda. The other challenge the traders have faced is rerouting of shipments, which has also increased the cost of doing businesses. The other risk is, of course, the recent pressure on our health sector occasioned by Ebola, and Issa Kato from tourism has spoken about that, and previously the departure of aid by the USAID. We were struggling with misinformation and disinformation, yet you know that investments which create jobs follow confidence. Confidence struggles with uncertainty. It's built by predictability, and I'm excited that there is growing alignment between government, business, academia, and civil society. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the last 30 years, we've seen a commendable 6.5% growth. The ambition has shifted from maintenance of growth to acceleration. So our country is at an inflection stage of a growth accelerated, 10x growth from $60 billion economy to $500 billion. And this is why this conversation matters. Now, to you watching us and the private sector at large, and you Ugandans, plus government, the debate now should be what kind of Uganda do we want to see in the next 20 years, which is what should inform how we lead and how we execute at the operational level and at the top level. If we are talking policy, we should talk effectiveness. If it's construction of roads, execute fast. The world, ladies and gentlemen, that I would like to invite you to is competitive. It competes for capital, talent, ideas, and investment. So we must therefore ready ourselves as businesses, as you, the government, for the skill set, the world-class execution technologically. Do we look on as technological advancements take root elsewhere in the world? Artificial intelligence, are we going to only use it at a personal level to draft a few remarks here and there, or are we going to be deliberate about readying our young people? The young people, the 50.5% of the Ugandan population, which are aged 17 and under, that we always speak about, allow them the micro-credentials, allow them the environment to experiment, to make mistakes, to try, to refine and scale, or shall we simply look on? Ladies and gentlemen, it's faster execution that will accelerate delivery. So we therefore, the private sector, encourage government to remain seized with furthering an environment where businesses and investments choose Uganda not only because of today's opportunities, but the clarity about the future we seek, the future we seek to create. The 10x ambition is clear. With the largest budget ever, ingredients necessary are increasingly getting in place. Full monetization of the Ugandan economy is instructive. It should move households and more enterprises from the informal sector to formal and taxable productivity. But gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, that 10x ambition has got to be matched by the commitment to fast execution. It's by that standard that this very ambitious budget must be judged, less by allocation, but by what we achieve in private sector development, in scaling businesses, but also majorly in transformation of lives. It was very heartwarming for me to learn recently from the central bank, and I know that this is music to our ICT director, that 93 out of every 100 shillings in Uganda moves electronically. This means that the question is no longer whether the country is going digital. It's a choice that Ugandans have made. Today, nearly all payments by both volume and value are made electronically, with mobile money accounting for 25%. Commendation to government and specifically to BOU for keeping pace with digital advancements. We look forward, however, to interoperability of finance institutions and telecoms to enable due diligence so that finance institutions can craft products that rely less on collateral. So many of you have spoken about patient capital, but telecoms have our data. We transact over mobile money. The finance institutions should be able to do due diligence that relies on interoperability. But our asks are that you extinguish domestic areas. I had the opportunity to speak with the PSST over this matter, and he has some brilliant ideas. He thinks that apart from us pushing every year for the increase in allocation to domestic areas, he plans through consultations to find a way to get done with this in a lump sum and at once, and we shall welcome that. In respect to the agricultural facility and UDB financing, and we've been pushing for this every year, plus the business recovery fund, we need to ensure our chief guest that UDB does not operate as a commercial bank, that we can learn from the models that have worked, such as those of the GROW project, which is working very well. We partnered with implementing banks and now other microfinance institutions, and women-led businesses are paying back, more businesses are getting formalized. So we have several models that we can rely on, because every year, each time we have a forum, a business forum, businesses are saying they are not, especially the SMEs, they are not accessing some of these funds. We call for the focus on reforms in procurement, integrity of inputs, and deconflicting of land. And I would like to commend Operation Wealth Creation, who have partnered with civil society organizations and private sector foundation to find a way of deconflicting this key factor of production. The other is multimodal transport, which should further ease the cost of doing business, and we call for the fast tracking of the SGR. And now lastly, to government, there should be a way you put strategies into place that allow businesses to make more profit, not suffocate and close businesses. It will be through businesses making more profit, reinvesting, others opening, that will eventually grow the tax base. So we call you again to enable the private sector to increase profit and have disposable income. And now to the private sector. When you hear that government is moving toward increasing domestic revenue projections to 45.96 trillion shillings, what this means for businesses is that you should expect heightened compliance, enforcement, tax enforcement by URA, and audits, and ready yourselves by ensuring that you maintain credible financials, a clean compliance record, but above all, how are you readying yourselves to earn from this budget through contracts, products, bankable projects, the 10x growth? How is it scaling your businesses? How is it scaling your income in your pockets? As I conclude, I would like to extend our appreciation to our partners, without whom this dialogue would not take place, but also to thank you, members of the private sector, for attending, and to our CEO and your team. We are forever grateful. Thank you for putting this together, and our commitment as the leaders of the private sector is that we shall continue to be your voice. We maintain an open door policy, and I know that our teams are the earliest at the offices. Please feel free to come and consult, but we shall be reaching out to you on artificial intelligence, on sustainability, but also, lastly, to government. When we joke about these traffic jams and they make WhatsApp groups very busy, they are actually reducing our productive time. They impact business growth. So we'd like to urge you to look to sustainable transport means. These days, everybody is dropping sustainability as a buzzword. We need to take a step back, learn, and ensure that we implement circularity in our internal operations as businesses, but also for government, especially so that we are able to achieve this 10x growth. I thank you very much for listening to me, for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Chair. We need another photo for New Vision. They missed the other photo with the Chair, the panelists, and the Chair, Policy Advocacy Committee, the Chair of TAT. Please, let's quickly have another group photo for tomorrow's front page at the New Vision. So, Chairman Mr. Kaheru, please. I know you're a quorum. You have a quorum. The official photographer, New Vision doesn't trust the photo of the official photographer. Thank you so much, the chief guest and the CEO. Thank you. So, I hope you don't get me in the photo. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. I think we are getting close to the end of our program this morning and part of the afternoon. As we take our seats, first I want to thank the chair. I think you are right to discard the speech we wrote, because the one you gave was much more fantastic than what we had written. Thank you for that. Allow me invite my brother, Mr. Richard Jabo from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, who is a principal economist, one of the key technical people who advise the PSST on a number of policies. So when we get out of here, if you have any issues with the policy, is the guy to go to, but who is also standing in the shoes of Dr. Ramadan Gobi, the PSST, to give the keynote. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I have a huge task to deliver PSC's remarks. But I'll start with a story. One day at the ministry, there was a Chinese man that came. I think he wanted to see the PSST. So he goes to the PSC's office, and for some reason, he misses him. So as I was coming down the lift, the man finds me and then says, "I've just been to your office." So I said, "Which office?" "That I've been to the PS's office." So I realized he was confusing me for the PSST. But maybe there are some similarities, but yeah. But anyway, I'll stand on all the protocol. It's an honor to stand before you, ladies and gentlemen. PSST's remarks have been prepared for him, and I don't want to deviate so much from them. But I'll just make a few alterations here and there. First and foremost, I would like to thank PSFU for organizing this dialogue. And as you know that every year the ministry is very big on public-private sector dialogue, because it helps to shape the direction in which the country is going, and everything that is discussed between the public and the private sector touches on everybody, including our very own households. As you know, the theme of this discussion is aligned to the budget theme, which is full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. And I'm happy that the panel that we had here was able to dissect the issues very well, and also the chairperson of PSFU was able to provide deeper insights. So this has been an enriching discussion. So this budget marks the second year of implementation of NDP4 and the tenfold growth strategy, which, as you know, is aimed at expanding our economy fivefold. So NDP4, the aspiration is to double the size of the economy from what we had at the end of NDP3. And the aspiration is that by 2040, we'll reach the $500 billion mark. Now, the budget of next financial year has been prepared at a time when Uganda has already built one of the strongest foundations for socio-economic transformation on the African continent, and this is well documented. For instance, Uganda has, number one, sustained long-term economic growth above the 5% mark despite recent global shocks. In fact, we've been averaging between 6 and 6.4%, and we project that next financial year, the economy is actually going to grow by 10.2%, which is quite commendable. The second thing is that we've crossed the lower middle income threshold of $1,136 with a GNI per capita reaching 1,420. So now we are entering that place where we are called a lower middle income country. And that has implications for the country in terms of how we'll be relating with the rest of the world. We've also recorded exceptional external sector performance. Over the last 5 years, exports of goods and services have increased by approximately 204%. In fact, as we speak, total export earnings reached 18.04 billion in the 12 months up to March 2026. And if you compare where we were in March 2022, we were at the mark of 5.93. So you can see exponential growth in exports. And even the implication now is that our balance of payments position has reached the highest surplus we've ever reached, which is about 2.5 billion in the 12 months to March 2026. Then also, the capacity of our economy to generate formal employment continues to improve. We've gone from 672,300 jobs in financial year 2016-17. I'm talking about formal sector. We know very well that the informal sector employs the majority of Ugandans, but the ones that we can trace on our payee register, NSSF register, the formal jobs have increased from 672,000 to over 2,320,000 in financial year 24-25. And this is backed by UBO statistics in the recently released human resource survey that they did 2 months ago. And in that survey, they also tell us that you, as the private sector, you created 618,000 jobs between 2023 and 2025. Now, of course, whereas that is commendable performance, with the aspiration in NDP4 to create 4.4 million jobs over the 5-year horizon, it means that on average every year we are creating 880,000 jobs. So that means that the private sector now needs to ramp up its efforts to be able to meet that gap in terms of job creation, because we have a growing population, and one of the most critical aspects and needs is employment. Therefore, the budget for next financial year builds on that strong foundation to further provide a wide range of opportunities for all stakeholders. And what are these opportunities? The first one is that we have a stable and vibrant economy for businesses to flourish. The budget for 26-27 projects continued stability and buoyancy of macroeconomic fundamentals, which provides a conducive environment for investment. Growth, as I said, is projected to accelerate to 10.2%, with GDP increasing to more than $75 billion. And this will mark Uganda's first return to double-digit growth since the reforms in the 1990s. I think most of you were there in the 1990s, so this is not strange. Most importantly, a larger economy will create more jobs, raise household incomes, expand opportunities for businesses, and generate resources required to invest in social services, in other words, quality education, healthcare, infrastructure, security, which we're talking about as a critical enabler, and also provision of other public services that will help improve the lives of Ugandans. Government remains committed to maintaining price stability, and I think we all agree that monetary policy is very important, and we commend the role that Bank of Uganda has been playing in spite of the tough and turbulent environment we've been experiencing. They've maintained inflation to less than 5%, and that's a credible achievement on the part of BOU. Exchange rate stability has been maintained for predictable transactions. The Uganda shilling, as was alluded to earlier, remains one of Africa's best performing freely floating currencies and is projected to remain so next financial year and in the medium term. At some point, there were discussions that maybe we need to fix the exchange rate. But I think you can see that because of prudent macroeconomic management, the floating exchange rate has shown itself to be very stable. Now, this stability reflects prudent macroeconomic management, and the policy stand is very conducive for exports, tourism, FDI, portfolio inflows, and remittances. I need to repeat that. It's very conducive for exports, for tourism. Recently, we had a delegation from, I think, Malawi, and when they came here, I didn't know that they had a forex challenge. They cannot exchange money easily. And a lot of countries in Southern Africa are beginning to face similar challenges. So when they come to Uganda, they really commend the country in terms of our performance and exchange rate stability. Also, when tourists come here, they find that the country is affordable. The standard of living in Uganda is quite affordable, so they're very happy with that. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just touch on one issue here. There is growing investor confidence in Uganda. Investors are increasingly expressing interest in Uganda's SMEs. You remember last year we announced some relief on taxes for startups, and we have seen that for startups, there are some angel investors coming in. And the minister in his speech 2 weeks ago, he mentioned that Kampala-based startups have attracted $30 million in the past year, in comparison with $4 million the year before. And this surge signals growing confidence in Uganda's innovation ecosystem and affirms our emergence as a destination for entrepreneurship, technology, and investment. Now, on the other hand also, we saw that in this year, FDI grew up to 3.2 billion in the last 12 months ending March 2026. It has never happened in 1 year. So that was quite commendable. And the signal here is that there is growing confidence in the economy. And in addition to that, a peaceful and secure country provides a conducive business environment. And for more than 3 decades, government has prioritized peace and security as an enabler for ensuring that we have predictable business environment. So overall, the budget for next financial year is going to focus, as we mentioned earlier on delivering the tenfold growth, and the focus is on the ATMs and their enablers. So there are opportunities from government to business. Number one, whereas we've been talking about the cost of capital, I think there's been efforts on the part of government to ensure that we provide cheap capital for businesses. And maybe what we need to work on is the requirements to access that money. But the efforts have been there because we have a policy. Most of the wealth funds that we've come up with, you will realize that the interest rate hovers between 8 to 10%. And so the budget for next year has allocated more than 2.45 trillion in affordable financing for the private sector through various wealth funds, money under UDB, UDC. Recently you had the discussion on Katale loan for market vendors. They can go to Microfinance Support Center and they'll be able to access. This is a new product for that category of people. Under the PDM, I think we've discussed PDM extensively. Under the GROW project, providing affordable financing for women in business, especially those in the informal sector, to make sure that they improve their operations and come into the formal sector. Small business fund that Diana was talking about, the agriculture, the SCF, and so on and so forth. So these are aimed at providing long-term patient capital for the private sector to invest in strategic areas. The second one is participation in public procurement. We've come up with new regulations under the PPDA to ensure that the participation of Uganda's private sector is increased in public procurement, and about 60% of the discretionary budget of next financial year will be spent through public procurement. And there will be several government contracts to the private sector in energy, in water, infrastructure, transport, ICT, even oil and gas and other services. The other opportunity from government to business is the massive investment that we've made in public infrastructure to increase business competitiveness. So about 8.8 trillion has been allocated to the transport sector, and another $2 billion in energy infrastructure. And upon completion of the standard gauge railway, you saw last week PSST signed an agreement with the Islamic Development Bank, and so we're working on financing that, a very expensive project, but it will be beneficial to the country. We anticipate that with the SGR, container transport costs from Mombasa to Kampala will fall down from about $3,500 to roughly $1,600. And transit time of goods from Mombasa to Kampala will reduce from 5 days to 1 day. The other opportunity that we have seen is that the budget has provided tax incentives which are conducive for the business environment. For instance, the income tax exemption granted to Bujagali Energy Limited, and that exemption goes up to 2032. It signals government commitment to keeping industrial energy costs competitive. I know there's a lot to do in terms of lowering the cost of energy and also ensuring that it's reliable, but those are ongoing reforms, and this tax exemption is one of the many. And also the tourism investment tax incentives in next year's budget, we believe are a game changer for investment in the hospitality industry. You saw the support that government is providing in lieu of AFCON. Hotels in Hoima, for instance, are going to benefit from upgrading and also coming up with new establishments. The other thing that in terms of tax incentives that government has provided for is increasing the payee threshold. So now anyone earning below 335,000 will not be paying that payee. So it's gone up from about 230 to 335. The other opportunity is that there's been a lot of focus in increasing economic and commercial diplomacy initiatives to promote access to markets. And government has operationalized that strategy by assigning Uganda's missions abroad with clear performance targets in 4 areas. Number 1, tourism marketing. 2, trade promotion. 3, attracting investors and also matching Uganda's investors with investors abroad, and also mobilizing the diaspora. You know, the diaspora is a huge constituency. As we speak right now, remittances to Uganda are to the tune of about $2.8 billion, and from various places. But if the diaspora comes together, and there are also discussions beginning to think of a diaspora bond. If we have a project, can we mobilize the diaspora to invest in it? So those are thoughts at the moment. I also want to mention government is coming up with the second business development services framework. CEO here alluded to the work that PSFU did concerning BDS standards. But we need to make sure that the private sector is aware to take advantage of those. And also the second business development services framework, which will provide for improving the capabilities of the private sector in terms of how you do your operations and how you position yourself to take advantage of opportunities that are available. Then there are business-to-business opportunities. So we've been talking about government-to-business opportunities. Now the business-to-business opportunities in the budget, it also presents some opportunities. For instance, because of the larger size of the economy, it means that there will be larger demand for intermediate goods between enterprises. That creates value chains. The size of the economy is going to grow, and it's projected to double in the next 5 years. So this increase in GDP represents large demand for, this is a repetition, I'll skip that. And, but it provides opportunities between businesses, particularly in areas of feedstock for manufacturers. We're talking about raw materials here. Industrial housing, these are now externalities, positive externalities there. Industrial warehousing, data and ICT services. People are talking about the advent of AI and cloud technologies, all those, and I saw Mr. Biaruhanga here. He told me just a few moments ago that that's an area where he's venturing into. So those are now opportunities which are being looked into right now. Private security services, accounting, insurance and banking, transports and logistics, media and communication. Then the budget also presents households to business opportunities. With per capita income now at $14.20 US, and Uganda meeting the lower middle income threshold, the demand for household services and consumables will significantly increase over the next 15 years on account of rising household incomes. Now you need to start asking yourselves, how do Ugandans spend their money? The data from UBOS tells us that Ugandans spend 46% of their earnings on food. Now that presents an opportunity for those in the food industry, the entire value chain. They also spend a lot of money on rent, on fuel and energy, transport and communications. All these are areas for opportunity. Therefore, business opportunities for SMEs in the sectors of food, residential housing, household energy, travel and tourism, and this one now is also very important. We're talking about promoting domestic tourism. These are areas where households will be spending more. So how do we tap into these opportunities? And in order to benefit from these opportunities, MSMEs and also households must take deliberate steps towards formalization and professionalism. This includes formal registration to enhance visibility and compliance. If you're going to partake of government contracts, you have to be a formal entity that is fully registered with URSB, with URA, and they're able to be traced, and you take advantage of these opportunities. So it also entails certification and specialization to build credibility and expertise and adherence to regulations to ensure operational legitimacy. And this also comes in the face of the new target that has been set for URA. And I think we heard here that the implication of that is that URA will also position itself to enhance its administrative measures in order to meet its targets. MSMEs should also foster partnerships to attract know-how and invest in digitalization, embrace standardization and continuous learning and skilling. Government has a huge skilling agenda, both at farm level, but also at individual level, in order to adapt to evolving market demands. And this is the only way you remain competitive as a private sector. Now, individuals should also strive to acquire the right skills to be able to take on the new emerging high quality and well-paying jobs. And as I mentioned earlier on, we should also strive to improve internal capabilities of our businesses. So as I conclude, I wish to remind us here that the budget for next financial year provides enormous opportunities, especially for wealth creators. Every Ugandan must now actively engage in wealth creation. I think Simon was alluding to the president's speech during the budget speech, and also during his inauguration, where he was talking about the focus now is on wealth creation. And our job now as wealth creators is to position ourselves in such a way that we can tap into the various opportunities being availed by both the visible hand, which is the government interventions, and the invisible hand. So next year's budget aims to accelerate the attainment of the tenfold growth strategy, and government has allocated, as we had earlier on, 95.6% of its discretionary resources to the ATMs. The budget prioritizes production, productivity, value addition, exports, and job creation. So I invite the private sector to take full advantage of these opportunities to create wealth. Now, as I conclude, I know maybe Minister will talk about it. Next month, I think the PSST will be issuing the budget execution circular. So we need to take interest in that. It will take into account the views shared in this engagement, for instance, even the matter of domestic arrears. So I want to urge, as I conclude, PSFU to continue engaging the government and the ministry in particular in shaping the budget proposals for the financial 27-28 early enough. Why I'm saying this is normally I see papers from the private sector, a position paper from the private sector, and it comes around March. But by that time we finish with the budget framework paper, Parliament is ready to receive the detailed proposals, and Cabinet has already gone through the entire budget. So I think the timeliness of your engagement now I was telling Dr. Julius about this earlier on. So as soon as we start the new budget process, it will be a good time for PSFU to engage. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience and for listening. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, PSST. I'm not in a habit of going back to what the boss has said, but of course we always engage early enough, and even after here, you will have a position paper on the policy issues raised from here. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, will come our Vice Chair Policy to invite the Chief Guest to speak to us and close this engagement, our Chair Policy Advocacy Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Julius, and thank you, members, for being patient, even though we have really gone beyond the time that we had expected. But I thank you for being patient and being eager to listen to what we have to say. I like to take this opportunity to thank my team members, the CEO, our board members, and members of the Secretariat of the Private Sector Foundation. I'd like to thank all the private players who are here, all the leaders of government who are here for coming. Thank you so much. And I will take this opportunity also to thank the government for always listening to us and always giving us that opportunity to dialogue. And so I want to, And so I want to take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Tagole Ali, the Assistant Commissioner for Finance and Planning, who is representing the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, to give us the remarks of the chief guest. Mr. Tagole, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Once again, my name is Tagole Ali. I'm Assistant Commissioner Budget Policy and Evaluation at the Ministry of Finance, standing in for the Honorable Minister of Finance, who is at Chankwanzi, strategizing for the next term. I lay his apologies sincerely. The organizers of this meeting, I thank you very much for this engagement. This engagement gives us the opportunity to obtain feedback from our stakeholders on the impact of our policy measures, but also they guide us. You had during the panel discussion what went well in the budget and what didn't go well. Those are all our learning points to shape the next strategy. It also helps us to celebrate the key achievements. I've listened to a lot of achievements, including those that have been just alluded to by the PSST in terms of GDP per capita, 1420, that's 1,420. Yes, so, and I think we are scheduled to graduate in March next year, officially. Yes. I liked the strategy of undertaking comprehensive research on the impact of what policy measures we have implemented. This is in line with our policy reform from output-based budgeting to outcome-based budgeting. You know, initially we were just reporting on workshops. Last year we had 20 engagements and that was it. But now we go deeper to answer the so what question. So what that we made. I thank all of you for the effort you put in to gather all these facts which have enabled us to get evidence-based feedback on to what extent we accommodated your policy position recommendations in the budget. You know, I like the statement made by a doctor that private sector does not sleep. Indeed, private sector does not sleep. I used to stay around Bugorobi, and one night my boy had an issue and we had to drive to a health facility at 3. But that economy up there was live. 3 a.m. it was live. We thank you for keeping awake. And it was on that background, because for us we are operating 5 to 8 economy. No, it is 8 to 5. Then HE noticed that you are operating 24-hour economy. So we carried our figures. GDP projected at $50 billion US. I said, but you people, have you ever sat down and examined the opportunities around us that we have not tapped? Then he said, I'm not comfortable with these hanging fruits of yours. $50 US, $50 billion US. No. So he said, now we are starting from the top. Target $500 billion US. Gandhi developed the strategy. And he highlighted, of course, those opportunities along agro, tourism, mineral, science, technology. And so we came up with that strategy, which is supposed to lead us to the $500 billion US economy, focusing on those 4 investment areas, which I will not dwell much into. But at the center of that was the role of private sector. Because he said the private sector, since it is awake, should take lead in driving this agenda. And we as government, we should focus on creating an enabling environment. Or in other words, focus on enablers. And that's why in that strategy we have both the core investment areas as well as enablers. These are majorly aimed at de-risking you, the private sector, to ensure that the return on investment is reasonable enough. So we thank you very much for that exemplary engagement in economic growth. It is one thing creating opportunities, as they have been alluded to in the budget, but also one thing to prepare to seize them. And so it is on this background that we ensure that we popularize the budget so that the stakeholders appreciate what is in there for them, and then identify what are the bottlenecks. Now, any bottleneck that is within the jurisdiction of government, please raise it. Diana and the team are ready to de-risk to ensure that your return on investment is realized. I wish to thank you for your endeavors which have enabled us to register these key milestones As we talk now, our ATM strategy focuses to achieve a 50% share of value-added export. As we talk now, in agriculture, we are at 25%. Services, we are at 25%. And industry. So we are moving progressively. Taxes. We thank you for paying taxes. And we thank Uganda Revenue Authority for the initiative to mobilize the private sector to comply. If you noticed in the budget speech, at least we are able to finance over 80% of our budget. And that is going to help us reduce on what you have been alluding to, the high debt to GDP ratio, which still encroaches on our tax. I wish to thank you for creating jobs for our youth. Because as government, our employment capacity is now around 500, of course in view of the resources we have. But you have managed to create, as of now, our statistics indicate 12.3 million jobs. 2.3 million are in the formal, and 10 million, over 10 million, is in the informal. I thank you very much for that. Of course, a number of issues have been raised, I've been noting them, ranging from implementation to monitoring and financing. So we are not sleeping as well. Under implementation, the government is equally concerned, and it has been the reason why we came up with a public investment management policy. The major reason why projects were delaying was that projects were getting to the budget before they were ready for financing. So a project gets into the budget, gets some GOU financing as we process external, and then it drags for years. The new reform requires that for a project to get a code, it must have fulfilled all the requirements of that project investment, public investment management framework. Regarding arrears, we are still committed to settling arrears as indicated by the PSST in one of the engagements. The only challenge we encountered at some point was documentation. One challenge we have, our dear private sector players, some of us are not good at documenting our engagements with the government. Yes, we have so many windows of engaging you. There are those where we go open, we advertise in the papers, you document your paperwork, we give you a contract. There are those where we use the call of order, that's under framework contract. Now, under call of order, I just call you and say, please, I have a workshop at Serena, I need you to provide the meals. Then you provide. But documentation, now, as time passes, some of these documents are misplaced, and it makes the verification process a little bit cumbersome. But we engaged an external auditor to look at those papers, and we have the report with us. And so next is now prioritization of the financing to settle those areas. Access to affordable capital. Your prayer has been to expand the portfolio within those institutions that we are working with. We shall look towards that, and we have progressively increased. Empowering the local contractors. Government has come up with a measure to support local contractors to participate in the market effectively. Through UDC, we are supporting private contractors because that is the model we realized these other countries were using. They support their contractors, they come to us here, they do jobs, and then they take back the proceeds. So we have also adopted that measure to support our own, to ensure that we enhance their competitiveness. But what is killing us is what the chair policy advocacy raised, the trust. because we are not seeing why these other companies from outside are competitive. They first of all do a SWOT analysis. Wherever they have a weakness, they sign JVs. And then they come with a package able to meet all your requirements. Now, for us, engaging somebody for JVs is a very big challenge because of that trust deficit. Tax policy measures, we have listened to you, and we are committed to undertake, of course, further studies in addition to what you have done to appreciate the impact of those measures on your businesses, so that as we come up with the new policy measures, we respond to those issues and ensure that we enable you to thrive in the economy. Weak accountability for results. Weak accountability for results. We are also taking a big step in this context. Currently, all accounting officers sign performance contracts with the PSST, but they have been compliance-based. So right now, together with the head public service, we are looking at a reform to transition from compliance-based assessment now to results-based assessment. Effective 26-27, we shall have those contracts revised to ensure that we report on results. And I was impressed by your commitment to start monitoring implementation, because that has been the gap. You leave it, because I am the one who formulates the plan, I am financing it, then you want me to monitor and report to you. There's some conflict of interest. So I am happy that you have committed to participate effectively in monitoring budget implementation. Coordination, I also captured that. You notice that in one way or the other, we are not well coordinated, but through the program working groups, we are strengthening the program secretariats to ensure harmonized coordination of program member institutions. The unfavorable financing terms, yes, somebody gave an example of where you build a hotel, you finish it today, and tomorrow Uganda Revenue Authority is knocking at your door to collect taxes. All of these shall be looked into to ensure that we do not crush you, but rather support you to move forward. Limited access to certification services. We are doing a good job around this area. We are empowering Uganda Bureau of, the Uganda Bureau of Standards. It has planned to extend certification services to regions, but we are also strengthening the laboratories to ensure that we reduce the process turnaround time. The other reform that we are undertaking to respond to your challenges, somebody raised a concern on a budget that is not adaptive. It doesn't change with the changes. Yes, initially we are implementing what we used to refer to as the incremental budgeting. Effective financial year, I think it was 24-25, we moved from incremental budgeting to what we call, we are now doing what we call repurposing the budget. What happens if I gave you money for a one-off intervention and you have implemented, the following year we retrieve that money and we prioritize it to a new priority area. And that has saved us a lot to run to the market, because initially, wherever new needs would come on board, we would run to the market to borrow. Or we task Uganda Revenue Authority to come back to you. But now with this measure, before we ask Uganda Revenue Authority to look for resources, the first thing is we profile those one-offs and then we repurpose that money to the new priority areas. Through UDC, we are also supporting the private sector with affordable capital, which I've already alluded to, and we shall continue. We have the ECD strategy. It is called Economic and Commercial Diplomacy Strategy. I think as of now, we have so far injected in 180, including 26-27 financial year. And the intent is to, one, attract foreign direct investments so that we create more jobs. But also we create market for your inputs. Then two, we also want to promote exports by opening up new markets. We also intend to attract the tourists, and we are doing a good job around that area. If you listen to the speech, I think we have now surpassed where we were before COVID. Because during COVID, we went into recess, but as I talk now, we have surpassed where we were during COVID. Operation efficiency. Operation efficiency also emerged. We are looking forward to improving operation efficiency of our government institutions by undertaking business process re-engineering to get rid of those cumbersome processes that we've been alluding to at the one-stop centers and any other service points where you've gone to access the services. My conclusion. One of the prayers here was that we keep our doors open. Please, we commit to leaving our doors open. The other prayer was to keep our ears attentive. And we commit to keep our ears attentive to listen to your issues. And we engage you to come up with actionable reforms that are responsive to your operational challenges. We are also committed to ensuring macroeconomic stability and de-risking your operations to enhance your return on investment. This will be by working on the productive infrastructure, the roads, the water transport, the airline, the railway, like my colleague reported, the PS, as of now, is sourcing for funds for the standard gauge railway. Uganda Airline, in the budget for this year, we have earmarked some money to bring on board 8 planes. And also, we are working on the water transport infrastructure as well as the tourism infrastructure. Our prayer is, let's examine the budget, appreciate the opportunities therein, but also profile your risks that require our involvement to ensure that you seize these opportunities and exploit them profitably. I'll not step down before re-emphasizing the issue of sustainable use of the natural resources. I wish to commend His Excellency the President. You know, we've been writing a lot of English about sustainable use of resources, but at the budget speech, he simplified it in a few words, and even when you go to the village, at least somebody understands why you are breaking the kiosks along the roads, why you are chasing people away from wetlands. I thank him for simplifying that, because he said this environment to operate in is like a human being. So let each part of the universe serve the purpose for which it was created. And then we shall be able to move forward. With those few remarks, I wish to now declare this PSFU Post-Budget Dialogue financial year 26-27 closed. I wish you journey masses back to your duty stations for those who are going to start the second half of their engagements. But for those who are going back home, journey masses back home, we still remain committed to working with you to ensure that we drive this country to the $500 billion economy. Thank you.